Hello, viewer. I'm live. Because I said I wanted to do it yesterday. Today I'm going to do the bit where instead of actually posting anywhere that I've gone live, I'm just going to hang out in here and see who shows up and nominate that person, my sole true friend. Oh. Hello. I don't know what that was. That was really scary. Oh, that was my Standard Hunter. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Well, we know who our allies are now, don't we? Welcome. Okay, now I'm gonna post everywhere that I'm live. Thank you for joining, despite my not posting. You're the greatest hero in America's history. Uh-oh. I posted the Blue Sky announcement without the picture. I'll... I can now only redeem myself through death. Hi, Practical. One problem that I've been having with the Phoenix Wright streams, which I have every time I do a Phoenix Wright stream, is that my banter suffers. Hello, Arbeat. Because on a normal stream, I'm talking to you guys the entire time. Like, if you think about me playing like Elden Ring or something, I'm talking to you guys the entire time instead of reading text. When I do nothing but read text for the entire stream, I forget how to think my own thoughts and know only how to read them off of a screen. Hi, Maddox. I do not think I can finish it today, I am going to try to learn from my mistakes when I was streaming the first Phoenix Wright game, and I kept on thinking that I was going to beat the last case every single day that I played it, and every single day there was endlessly more of it. So, no, I don't think I can beat it today. Probably I will have to also stream it on Friday, and then maybe I can do like solo Night Rain afterwards, because I think they're supposed to have patched Night Rain to be more tolerable for a single player. Hello, Todd. Did I say finale? Oh yeah, I just meant the last case from the live announcements on the Discord. Yeah, I just meant the last case of the game. It is the last case of the game. Serial Experiments test. I've been watching Serial Experiments Lane with my beautiful girlfriend and having a really good time of it. Last night we watched the episode where Lane goes up to talk to the DJ and he turns around really, really quickly and kind of mechanically. He has like too many frames. He's like, Lane.
Insane. It's like it jumps to 60. It like goes from 21 to 60 frames a second. Just the
Lane.
turn, and it snaps back to normal. It looks insanely unnatural.
It's a very strange frame rate, yeah. It's great. It's also the episode where he sees Lane for the first time. He's like, hey, Lane, you want to party and do computer drugs? Oh, what's that? You're just like a 12-year-old girl. Whatever.
That's chill. That's cool.
That's cool. That's none of my business. We have kids in this club all the time for some fucking reason. I was saying to Amber, it's like Lane shows up at the dance club, and there's like adults tongue fucking each other in the stairwell as all the 12-year-olds go down to the club. Like, how are you gonna have a good time at the club when there's children all over it? And they didn't shut down the club after the mass shooting, either because of the mass shooting or because they discovered that it was full of children. Trot, I'm out of everything except Honey Nut Cheerios. Lane is set in Watford, clearly. Wow, Maddox. I bet that's really cutting. Watford. I bet you've really given the Watfordites a lot to think about. Watford catching strays. What is Watford? I am going to guess that Watford is where the guy who invented the watt as a unit of electricity is from, and they named the town after him. Watford, UK. Well, Watford is an English town northwest of London. On its northern skirts, Warner Brothers Studio Tour London? My god, what? That's right, Reza. Yeah, it's great. That guy was going nuts in the club on computer drugs, and then Lane walked up to him and said, I'd be posting. Her dad is very irresponsible. He's like, Dad, could I maybe have a better computer? And he's like, sure, Lane. It's about time you got on the internet. Talk to strangers. Make some friends with strangers on the internet. Come on, Lane. You're about that age. It'll be good for you. And then when she starts doing that, he's like, Lane, I have to warn you about something. And you'd think it would be like the obvious thing, but then he goes...
She just got a message from a grown man.
Yeah,
like a voice message from
a gross message. The grown man is at like a university who's helping her upgrade her PC. Is that correct?
No, it's from the DJ guy.
Oh, is that the one from the DJ?
Yes. Which is more alarming. The guy at the DJ, the Club for Children and Adults.
And her dad's like, Lane, I have to warn you about something. And you think it's gonna be the obvious thing, but he says, touch grass. I hope you understand that the internet isn't real life, Lane. Watford is the place of my birth. I regret this. Man, imagine being born in England. I couldn't abide it. I mean, you know, every place is home to somebody. And I think it's cool that I was born in the capital city of Rhode Island. But some people are born in Watford, and some people are born in their mother's bathtubs in Arizona. And isn't that beautiful and special? Arbeat, were you born in the UK? Were you not born in Ireland? Arbeat, can I have the last 4 digits of your social security number? Y'all may not have those in Ireland. Arbeat, can you become an American citizen and then give me the last 4 digits of your social security number? I tell you about the time that I got a scam call when I was working in the woods. It said something about my social security number, or my health insurance, I think it was. And then when I picked up the call, I answered I sat through the robocall intro, and when I talked to a real person, I did a British accent. I said that I didn't have health insurance because I wasn't an American. And then my entire SAW crew heard it, and they all got really mad at me for trolling the call center people. I was like, it's a scam. They're trying to scam people. They're like trying to prey on the elderly. It's like, that's just somebody doing their job. How could you do a funny voice on the phone with them? Which I thought maybe was a little bit misplaced. I don't know. I thought that what I was doing was valid, but just wanted to do a little British accent. I don't know. I know, right, Arbeat? You don't have to extend allyship to everyone with a job. Some people are scabs, and some people are worse than scabs. Cough, people who train Gen AI, cough, cough. When I fucking went to my appointment, my intake, there's just a person at my clinic who tries to put you in touch with therapists who have availability in the city. She was an old woman. She started talking about, oh, my daughter is always telling me. I said, I'm a streamer. She said, my daughter is always telling me to use ChatGPT. How do you feel about ChatGPT? And I went, I'm here to try to make myself feel better, woman. But no, I went, and then she was like, no, I want to hear your honest opinion. And then I let her have my honest fucking opinion for a minute. Thank you, Practical Aviation Cat. Well, Practical Aviation Cat, I can foresee an era. Let me verify what the two ages were. Was it like 34 and 26? Was that the point of contention? Which is a completely normal fucking age gap. It's the age gap between my parents and my sister and her husband. But let's see here.
Over 25.
Yeah, once you're over 25 is a good rule. But yeah, 32 and 26.
That's like not even exactable. Like
no, it's less than I thought. It's 6 years.
That's nothing. Yeah,
that's nothing.
That's nothing.
No, what it really is homophobia. But
who is this?
It's just a anti-age gap discourse post on Twitter.
Yeah.
Don't worry yourself, darling.
Thank you.
You know what it is, Practical, is that I can foresee a period in history, if I continue to age and don't die, where I reach the age of 32. And maybe at that age, I will want to be in a loving, mutually caring, and respectful relationship with a 26-year-old. And I need to fight to secure my moral surety now. It does sucks, Reza. I didn't say that, Todd. Please don't put those words in my mouth. Please don't put those words in my mouth. Now, I was banging a 50-year-old when I was 25, and it's very important to me that I retain that right. Kate. Dune posting, I miss being on my parents' health insurance so fucking bad. Practical Aviation Cat. I was very, 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 very proud of the fact that I had sex with a man who is numerically twice my age. Not colloquially twice my age. Not twice my age if you round up. But precisely, exactly, numerically twice my age. That felt big and important to me. That really felt like I was doing hot girl shit. Thank you, Practical. Well, and because you... I feel like 25 to 50 is the best time to do that, personally. Maddox Post Watford Kent, thank you for the $5 donation. Todd, I don't know, Todd. That doesn't seem practical or desirable, I would say. I don't know. I think perhaps when I am older than 80, I will be attracted to other people who are older than 80. But for me right now, that's a difficult one. For me, now in the point of my life where I am now, that's you know, I shudder to fucking imagine being older than 80. But it might happen if I don't die, so I should acclimate myself to the idea now. You just gotta get a non-prenup marriage. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, no, that would help, wouldn't it? I feel like, here's the thing, I haven't been in this position, but I feel like if you're a hot young thang in your 20s or early 30s, and you are dating a morbidly elderly man for his great wealth, or married to him, I should say, it's a narrow step from that to just killing him. I don't know that I would like to explore the region in between those two states of being, because it's like, if you've married him so as to wait until he dies and get his money, like, at that point, are you maybe gonna, like, step out suddenly from behind something? Oh, baby, I'm so sorry. You know, maybe you're sitting in your car in the driveway, he's taking the trash out, you honk the horn suddenly as he walks past. Like, at what point do you get impatient and start nudging that clock along? And it's a terrible situation to be in, because even if you have no ill intent and your husband dies in some other way, right? If it looks even a little suspicious, now who are the cops looking at? You, who married him, plainly not intending to be married to him for the rest of your life, and you're in a position to gain financially from his death. It's a difficult scenario. It's difficult to be in. What's up, Arbeat? How's it going? Maddox Kent, I won't ask if you speak from experience. Replace his alarm clock with a grenade. I miss the big cartoony alarm clocks that they used to have. Like, it's a big circular face, and it has the giant bells and a little hammer between them. When it goes off, it goes...
They still make them. Do you want one?
That might be cool. I don't know. So I often find myself fighting the fact that the phone is a very convenient device versus I hate being on my damn phone all the time. Tell him that vaccines don't work. I mean, at that point, I don't know how much if he's at a very advanced age, I don't know how much a vaccine is going to do for him anyway. I feel like his body has already encountered all the microbes that it can ever encounter without dying. You would throw it against the wall after the first time. Yeah, it's like I've been keeping track of my appointments in my phone because I have had the problem of being extremely flighty-brained and losing track of my appointments. So I've been putting those in my phone. It's just really convenient, and the phone sends you a little reminder. But like, and it's like, oh, I should have a planner. But like, I already have little notebooks that I use for everything else, It's like, what do I have, a second little notebook that's just a planner, like a calendar to write shit in? And it's like, how many little notebooks am I carrying around? And my phone is already so many other things. You know, it's an alarm clock, but it's also a stopwatch and a timer. I don't know, it's difficult. Viewer, help me. Maybe I should just I've often considered getting a flip phone. But I think that the chief argument against my getting a flip phone is that I would not be able to look at Discord, which I need to. I need to see when people post things to my Discord, because I need to come down on them like the righteous hammer of God and deliver my judgment. Honestly, sometimes even when like my mods are adding me about something on the Discord, I don't see it because I'm watching Lane with my beautiful girlfriend. I'm gonna play the video game Ace Attorney Investigations. What's app, Todd? Get a flip phone, take retro thirst traps, now practical aviation cat. You say this. I was actually thinking about digging up my old ass digital camera from my childhood next time I'm at my mom's. If it still exists. I know where it would be, but it may not. Video game time. Oh, I see, just. Maybe I can just delete every app except Discord. But it's like, even if I took the pictures in the gym locker room mirror with a different implement, it's like really convenient to be able to post them on the same device I take them on, like browse and post them on the same device. 180 by 240 thirst traps. Hey, don't knock it. There was a time. I'd be less concerned about the resolution and more concerned about the artifacting, frankly. Become more phone, more app. I don't think I want to do that, Bremy. Hi, Satellite Siren.
That's the shit the voices are saying in Lane.
That's the shit the voices are always saying in Lane. I love it when Lane is surfing the internet and a third of the voices are guys saying, "Hey, you're pretty cute. Will you go out with me?" And a third of the voices are saying, "This is the hottest new technology." And a third of the voices are saying, "There's someone standing in the corner of my room. They're watching me. Somebody help me." That's the three kind of posts you see on the internet. Oh, hang on, the game's muted. Why can't you guys hear it? I can hear it. What the fuck? Why? No. Why is it inaudible to the viewer? Why? Fuck. Practical. I would do that, but I feel it would be a straight on my voice. I'd have to voice all the music first. Get a 2009 era Bluetooth headset for your phone. I already have Beats by Dre, which already feel like an artifact of a bygone era. Yeah, you know, I can't help but notice that Ace Attorney Investigations is not capturing audio, and it really seems like it should be because I have an audio source of just it. The application audio is always fucking breaking. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna have to fucking reboot the game, probably. That's usually the solution when the audio just isn't capturing. Thanks, OBS. They don't go with a pair of wraparound sunglasses, though. The games in this collection are presented with minimal changes. That is a lie! Okay, now you guys can hear it. No, you can't. What the fuck? One of the minimal changes was the sound not working. Very droll. There we go. Holy shit. Why, Ace Attorney Investigations Collection, did you break? May I ask? Don't do it again. Racist stuff. Did they change racist? Was there racist stuff in Ace Attorney Investigations? I don't remember racist stuff. Amber said race attorney. Wow, no. I don't remember Ace Attorney often grappling with the subject of race. Except for the one time that English language K said she had an Asian friend. Which is honestly quite weird.
Mr. Edgeworth, there's still something on this display rack, sir.
Knives, huh? Although the blades are all that remain of them, unfortunately. Damn, they really fucking got charred.
I guess the handles all got burnt off by the fire.
So even the knives fell victim to the fire? Ambassador Polano, are these knives yours? Why, yes, they are. They're a special set of ornamental knives featuring the national symbol of the ball. These butterfly-themed knives, along with Alabast's own set of knives. It's ironic that they're butterfly-themed, but they're not butterfly knives. There was the To Kill a Mockingbird case where it turned out Phoenix was super racist. I mean, Practical Aviation Cat, they've done Ace Attorney games set in the past. Are comprised of 3 knives each. Oh, he's got the butterfly brooch. That's why he has that. It's not just because he's gay. But I can't believe the Bobblese ones have been reduced to this. Ornamental knives, huh? Agent Mulder voice. Do you have any Asian orderlies working here? It was really fucked up when Agent Mulder said that. There's a small release on the tag of this blade. Ambassador Polano, what is this notch here for? Oh, that? It's a feature of these knives wherein you can freely exchange the handles on them. So that we can change how they look to fit the situation, of course. I see. So these knives were constructed so that the handles could be easily removed. You know what drives me crazy, chat? Is that yesterday, while I was streaming this, a first-time chatter joined and said, at first I thought that was your real voice, and I don't know what character's voice they were talking about. Because there's like, stupid, but I could see it, like Edgeworth's voice, and then there's probably not, but thanks, like the German accent I was doing for child Franziska, and then there's like, absolutely not Faith, right? Like Detective Bat. You think it was Detective Bat? It's... Yeah, I'm 40 and I've been smoking for 25 years. Thank you, Barry.
These shelves are lined with American souvenirs and memorabilia.
Oh shit. Did they have to redo this background? Because the game is set in America now? Look, there's like a bald eagle and a Statue of Liberty and shit. And the... What's that fucking arch? What the fuck is that stupid fucking arch? Neo-futurist bullshit arch. Where's that goddamn arch? RV, it's out west somewhere. It's in the vast bulk of humanity. St. Louis, thank you. These shelves are lined with American souvenirs and memorabilia. I'm coming down on the St. Louis Arch. Fuck the St. Louis Arch.
It's really strange, isn't it? I mean, I thought this was the Bobblese embassy. So, why are there so many American souvenirs, sir?
Perhaps the Bobblese are studying American culture and our tourism industry. Us Americans. For example, myself, Mitsurugi. If they have plans to make the Bobblese tourism industry truly flourish, then they would need to observe and study other countries' methods, I suppose.
Speaking of tourism, I got these from the blonde guy earlier, sir.
It is so underselling that guy's crazy appearance to describe him as the blonde guy. Coleus Polano, ambassador of Babal, who will do absolutely anything for his country's tourism industry. Honestly, 37 is older than I would have expected. Again, a realistic age for Ace Attorney.
He said that if I bring these with me to Babal, I could trade them in for a few buffets.
Oh, so how do you expect to travel to Babal?
Well, the whole world is connected by the ocean, sir. And for an all-you-can-eat buffet, I'd swim all the way to Babal if I have to.
And a few simple coupons really motivate people to do such fantastic things. Are Babal and what's the other one? I don't remember. Are the former states of Codopia part of the EU, do you think? It looks like this was once a magnificent grandfather clock, but it has fallen victim to the fire.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, is it okay for me to talk about the clocks in my house, sir? If they're unrelated to the case.
Oh, if they're unrelated to the case, I hope that you will refrain from sharing, but...
Well, there's this one clock that I made by myself, but the timer on it mentions to...
That's quite enough, Detective. There are still some burnt objects scattered on the floor.
Well, burnt things get burnt, and then they become burnt things, you know?
No, because there's no way to prove that the burnt thing started out as a burnt thing. What an inane fucking exchange.
Was it a burnt thing or was it not? I have no idea what's what anymore, sir.
Fucking Baki dialogue. Yes, I suppose it's a bit hard for someone with a burnt-out light bulb to comprehend. I can only assume that was full of puns in the Japanese. Whenever you see dialogue that doesn't make any fucking sense in an Ace Attorney game, best guess is that it was a pun. Because this is a national treasure, can I ask that you please not touch it? I'm afraid the only ones allowed to touch it are myself and the Secretariat.
Hold it!
But there's a possibility that it is related to the murder, wouldn't you agree?
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, why don't we give up for now? We can force them to let us investigate it later when we find some solid proof.
I suppose I don't have a choice here. This must be one of the Primadux statues Kay was talking about earlier. Is it just me, or does this man look like the Steel Samurai? They could be twins. Babal's Primadux statue. Both countries claim to own real one. Nat treasure. Only Amb and Secretariat can touch. They abbreviated ambassador to Amb, but they left Secretariat as Secretariat. Also, that's a horse. The ceiling fan must have fallen from the ceiling. Fucking A+ investigating, Edgeworth.
A ceiling fan? What does one of those do?
Exactly what it sounds like it does. It's a fan that's installed on one's ceilings.
Well, if I had one of those in my room, I bet I'd go dizzy from staring at it as I slept.
Detective Gumshoe, in the real world, we close our eyes when we sleep. You notice that Kay has been crying out in pain being in this chokehold the entire time? That's true, Barry. Kay, are you all right?
You believe me, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth? You don't think I did it, right?
Yes, of course I don't. And I promise to prove that it wasn't you.
That's enough chit-chat. You can investigate all you like, but it's only a matter of time before we take her in. It would be wise of you to give up while you can.
No, I don't think so. Kay isn't lying, and my investigation will prove that to be true.
Go ahead and try then, if you're that confident.
I can't allow this to continue on this way. I must prove her innocence post-haste. That's the job of a district attorney, to prove people's innocence.
Hey, it's another butterfly.
That's nice. I believe it is the symbol of the Republic of Babal. Butterfly of Babal, national symbol that adorns the national flag. Fuck you. Alabast's flower is its counterpart. A drawing this big on the wall of an embassy. We don't usually call it a drawing when it's on the wall, Edgeworth. It definitely conveys a sense of overwhelming patriotism.
Well, I've got a lot of patriotism too, sir. The reason I became a cop in the first place was because I wanted to protect our country.
You may want to, Detective. However, I have yet to see the fruits of your desire.
You don't have to be so blunt about it, sir.
Also, wouldn't it make more sense to join the military if you wanted to protect the country?
Well, we're not allowed to have a military outside the borders of the United States ever since we were nuked by
Japan? So our victim was the secretariat of this embassy, I take it. Manny Kochin. I heard that he was an admirable person. Fairly admirable. The cause of death is a stab in the base of his neck. Damn! He was lax in watching his back. We were fortunate that the fire missed our victim's body for the most part. Yeah, what the fuck? He's not burned at all. He wasn't here during the fire, was he? If the fire had burned a bit longer, it would have made identifying him a hassle. So Mr. Kochin was stabbed to death in the middle of a raging fire. What in the world happened inside this room? Notes on Kochin's body. Cause of death, single stab to base of neck, doo-dah, doo-dah. The body wasn't badly burnt by the fire. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Oh, look at that, he's got the key knife. There appears to be something in his pocket. Oh! This key. It can't be. Isn't this the Yadagarasu's key that was stolen 7 years ago? What? What's that?
Huh? 7 years ago? Oh! You mean that case where I was framed, sir?
Yes, it's the piece of evidence that stole the life of Kay's father 7 years ago. Which was then stolen by Callisto Yu. I really thought her name was Callisto with 2 L's. But I guess not.
What? Mr. Faraday was killed with this key, sir? I thought he was killed with a knife. Aye!
Scruffy, at the very least, try to remember the details of crimes you are suspect in. Francisca, as you will recall, Detective Gumshoe was not present when Ms. Yu made her escape. Plus, even among law enforcement, only a few knew of this key's existence. I doubt that a new rookie at the time, that's redundant, Edgeworth, would have been made privy to such knowledge. Oong! Why the fuck are characters in this game always going oong? It's non-stop with this shit, man.
I feel like the victim right now. All trampled on, sir.
I suppose I'll just have to fill you in now. The secret to this key is...
Oh, wow, that's amazing, sir. It's like some kind of magic trick.
As you can see, there's butterflies and a flower on the knife. Yadagarasu's key data, jotted down in my organizer. The Yadagarasu stole this from the embassy 7 years ago. It is also a knife. I knew it. This is the same exact piece of evidence that Ms. Yu took with her. I remember this beautiful pattern in the blade. I remember this as well. It's a fine motif, isn't it? Yes, it looks like 2 interwoven vines crisscrossing down the blade.
Vines, sirs? I think it looks like a bunch of stars, if you ask me.
It doesn't look anything like a star.
It's one of those 6-sided stars, just like the police mark on our IDs.
I really don't think you can call these stars. To say that the detective's art sense is underdeveloped would be an understatement. The real question is, why was the Babyliss Embassy Secretariat holding this? When I saw the name Francisca, I fully expected her to be 13 when the scene cut, and I was shocked that she is an adult woman. While we don't know how Mr. Kochin came to possess this key, we do know that this was stolen by the Yadagarasu from the Kodopian Embassy. By the Yadagarasu from the Kodopian Embassy. Okay. That's right. Mr. Faraday had written that fact down in his organizer. I believe this means that further research is required into the country of Kodopia. Why don't you ask Ambassador Peleno about what he knows? Supposedly, he was a candidate to be the next Kodopian ambassador once long ago. He should be able to answer any specific questions you may have. Totally. This man, where do I know him from? The fucking KGA incident, you dick. It's a knife wound. It's obvious that what he was killed with, but I wonder if it's consistent with the wound.
Indeed.
Bum, bum, bum. Is this knife the murder weapon? Yeah, look, and its handle isn't burned away the way the handles of the other two knives were. It's got a nice handle. It looks like a Baldur's Gate weapon.
Some preliminary testing has been conducted.
I am already planning my builds and party for my next Baldur's Gate playthrough. I had intended to make every member of my party a character who was not in my party during my first playthrough. I was gonna have Gale as my caster, but the siren call of Shadow Heart's been a singing my name.
According to the results, the blood on that matches the victim's blood. The blade's shape was also found to be consistent with the stab wound.
I suppose this means that we now know the crime was committed with this knife.
This knife's got some really fancy ornamentation going on, huh, sir? This thing practically screams artsy at me, too. Although it's also covered in blood, just like that last thing I said was artsy.
But the handle is pristine. There's not a single drop of blood on it. And no burns. Speaking of the handle, I believe it has a butterfly motif. It's very beautiful. Motif on knife handle. Hello, beautiful girlfriend. Thank you, beautiful girlfriend. Knife data, jotted down in my organizer. Oh, baby, just so you know, I'm getting up early tomorrow morning because I have a dentist appointment. I thought it was for next Wednesday, but it's actually for this Wednesday. Bum, bum, bum. Use this information to dox me, viewer. If you can correctly guess which dentist I'll be at tomorrow morning, you can catch me in real life. A small personal safe. This was Mr. Cochin's office, so perhaps he stored his most important documents in here. Ah, of course it's locked. It appears we won't be able to open it without the key. You could try the key that he was stabbed with.
Sorry, but Interpol is still conducting its investigation beyond this point.
Wow, Willie, how whimsical. I'm a subordinate of Ms. Von Karma. Is there some reason why I'm being denied access?
My superior clearly stated, don't you dare let anyone near the site, you got it? If I let you examine the site, my superior would get really angry at me. You know, Mr. Edgeworth, I feel really bad for the guy, so why don't we do as he says?
Yes, I suppose we might as well. Oh, can I not access the... Look at this slow walk. Can I not access the desk? Seemingly not. What about the hearth?
That's some fireplace. You know, it really gives this place a mansion-like quality, don't you think, sir? Ooh, if these are a staple at every Babalese house, then I bet Santa Claus pays them a visit, too.
Just how old are you again, detective? What's up, Francie? Miles Edgeworth. What is it? Let me tell you something. You're currently my subordinate. And if you wish to convince everyone else of that, you will speak to me with respect. What's with the giddy glint in her eyes? I don't think that will really be necessary, Francisca. Oh, really? Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that you are still under me. I thought Francisca was flying around the world in pursuit of the smuggling case. So then, why is she here at this embassy? Francisca's return. Why is she here when she is supposed to be overseas in pursuit of a smuggling ring? Schwang! I was investigating at the Alabastian embassy when I got wind of this mess. Ah, that's right. The Yatagarasu was due to appear at that embassy as well. Yes, but the difference is that we didn't have a fire officer. Also, there was an incident at the Alabastian embassy as well. I left Agent Lang in charge of that case and came over to the Babalese embassy. Ah, so Agent Lang is here as well, huh? I see you've met. Well, he's in the Alabastian embassy acting as bodyguard for Ambassador Alba. However, he seems to have a different reason for being there. So the suspect in the murder that occurred in this office is that little girl, I see. Is she perhaps trying to be the Yatagarasu?
Kay would never harm a soul, sir.
Okay. You remember, do you not? Remember when you were 13 and we met a 10-year-old one day out of your entire childhood? Case we investigated together 7 years ago? That girl is the daughter of the victim in that case, Mr. Faraday. So she's that feisty little girl. Kay's been on the trail of the Yatagarasu, which is how she ended up here. looking for the one who took her father's life. I see.
Kei's trying so hard, but you know what? The Yatagarasu just keeps on tricking us all.
How so?
The Yatagarasu sent a card saying, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret.
They really did, Todd.
But all we've had is an arson and a murder. The lab boys are going in circles.
Yeah, they have Zheng Fa, they have Borginia, which I think was the only one they invented in Apollo Justice, and they have Codopia, which split into Babal and Alabast. Yes, feisty little girl that she is 3 years older than. Can we verify that? 19. 2 years older than. Francisca acts like a 30-year-old woman. They should have just made her the same age as Edgeworth. But in the game where they introduced her, she's 17. Why?
You know what this is, sirs? It's a breach of contract, and it's going on the rap sheet.
If you ask me, I'm perfectly fine with the fact that nothing was stolen tonight. I do wonder, though, if Callisto U really is the Yatagarasu. Time to use basic logic. Motif on knife handle. Butterfly of Babal. The design on the knife's handle. It greatly resembles the special Babalese species of butterfly. It does, doesn't it? Plus it says right here, this knife is property of the Republic of Babal. Perhaps this means that the knife used in the crime was found right in this room, maybe on the fucking rack that's right there on the wall. Has she ever appeared in the later games? I don't know, Faith. I have not played the 3DS games. Stealing of secret. The secret is the smuggling? Yeah. To steal your dirtiest secret. Is it possible that the dirty secret the Yatagarasu is out to steal is in this very room? Dirty secret? Francisca, you're in pursuit of some dirty, underhanded dealings yourself, are you not? Something tells me that this is no coincidence. In that case, then, the person I'm looking for is here in the Babalese embassy, huh? The head of the smuggling operation. I think I might need to ask Francisca about her smuggling case in more depth. Locked safe. Why, this connects with something that I don't know yet. Francisca, when we last talked, you said that you were on the trail of a smuggling ring. I suppose the reason you're here right now is related to that? Yes. After analyzing the intel we've gathered from various countries, this embassy rose to the top of our list of sites to investigate. And this is what tipped us off. This accounting document? Oh god, look at that content-aware, upscaled gibberish. It's only one page of the whole thing, so we're not sure about all the details. However, it's enough for us to grab onto the tail of the beast. For you'll see, this type of paper was made only in the Principality of Codopia. The paper? Which means that somewhere in the countries of Alabast and Babal is the head. The one pulling the strings behind the entire smuggling ring. That's Francisca for you. She's amazing. Pursuing this case with all she has. Codopian paper document. Accounting doc related to smuggling. Proof someone in one of the countries is ringleader. Shit, I didn't mean to ask you about that. Alright. Let me look at this. Oh, I thought that 2 out of 3 meant that there were maybe more pages, maybe some with legible text or images. Map. Steel Samurai signature. Picture of the statue. Body. Very few rotatable pieces of evidence this time around. There's a lot of skilled detailing on this handle. It would appear that the handle on this knife is removable.
I guess so people can change them whenever they feel like it. Sounds like fun, sir.
I don't think people would remove the handle just for fun, detective. So this is what took Mr. Cochin's life. Some of his blood is still on the blade.
Wow, I've been a detective for 7 years already? I've seen a lot of weapons in my days. but knives that we use to kill are always the hardest for me to bear.
Yes, unlike guns, this is one weapon where you're likely to find the victim's blood on it.
Yeah, just like how this one is practically drenched in it, huh, sir?
Despite that, it looks like the blood managed to miss the handle somehow.
Oh, shit.
They swapped out the handle with one of the knives on the wall. Okay. Hey Kay, how's it going? Hey Sheena, how's it going? I can't believe that Manny fell among thieves tonight. Without him, I have no idea what my schedule for tonight is. Ambassador Polano, I believe your schedule tonight will consist of listening to reports from the police. That and only that. I ask you to cooperate not only for your own sake, but for Mr. Cochin's as well. You're a rather strong man, aren't you? How fascinating! Here, I know it isn't much, but I'd like you to have these. I'm really obviously gay. I'm sorry, but it would be against my principles to accept a bribe. Oh, no, these are simply coupons we distribute to promote Babal. Remember, we offer a large number of discounts and offers when you visit lovely Babal. Now I remember. The Republic of Babal is known for its feverish tourism industry. Manny Cochin. Why is he in Tartan? I was wondering if you might tell me a bit about the deceased Manny Cochin. He was my secretary in the embassy secretariat, charged with running the whole place. He was an admirable man. His death is a great loss to our country. He was in charge of everything, accounting, printing, taking care of our national treasures. I'm sorry, but did you say printing? Our country's primary source of revenue is our tourism industry. So in order for us to print the necessary pamphlets, flyers, coupons, etc., we have a printing press here at our embassy. I see. Please excuse my forwardness. However, I feel I should mention that I have the distinct impression that I've met him before. Oh, yes. Since you are of the legal profession, I suppose you just might have. After all, Manny was involved in the KG-8 incident. The KG-8 incident? How did you forget, you jackass? The defendant who was found innocent in that case was Manny.
A shadow over the Amano group? What's his relation to the smuggling ring?
So your Mr. Cochin is the same man as the one in that case. It's been 10 years. Manny recovered personally from that case and dove enthusiastically into this job. He was the one who planned this event and was to oversee the embassy's renovations. It really is a shame. He had such a bright future ahead of him. What exactly do you mean earlier by renovations? We can't have tourists and visitors to our embassy think we're a poor nation, can we? So renovating the embassy is something of an investment. We may have a rather paltry budget, but we're trying our best to make do. However, I guess the only person who could have helped us do our best is no longer with us. For some reason, doing his voice is giving me a really bad headache. I don't know what it is. Ambassador Polano, I was wondering if I may ask you about Kojopia. Kojopia? All right. What would you like to talk about? First, I'd like to ask you about this key. What about this key? I found it sticking out of Mr. Cochin's pocket. I believe it originally belonged to this embassy. Is that correct? Upon closer inspection, it seems that this key is shaped like a butterfly. It's not all about this key. It's also capable of changing into a knife. Oh! How fascinating! Is it possible that the ambassador didn't know about the existence of this key? In its knife form, there's a flower mark at the base of the blade. I guess this knife might be from when we used to be a part of Kojopia. And how did you come to that conclusion? Because it's both insignias on the same blade, you jackass. It has both of Kodopia's national symbols, the butterfly and the flower. I suppose Manny used this key here at the embassy back when we were still Kodopia. Ambassador Polano, this key was stolen from the Kodopian embassy 7 years ago. By Callisto Yu, otherwise known as the Great Thief Yatrasu. Oh, really? You were not aware that Ms. Yu had broken into this embassy at that time? I'm sorry. I can't be of much help. I'm not very familiar with the details, you see. I only became the ambassador after Babal became its own independent nation. But if Manny were still alive, he'd probably know about what happened back then. Mr. Cochin and Ms. Yu knew each other 7 years ago. But that doesn't explain why I found the Yatagarasu's key here in the present. The key probably unlocks the safe. Showing! We know for a fact that the Yatagarasu's key was used at this embassy. Furthermore, we found it in the victim Manny Cochin's pocket, which leads me to think that perhaps it is the key to the personal safe in this office.
Good thinking, sir. Let's go try it out.
It appears I was correct. The key that was left to us in the victim's pocket. It literally turned out to be the key to the next piece of the truth. Miles, you love this pun. He did this like 6 times in the last case, too. What do we have here?
Hey, there's nothing inside. Do you think the Yatagarasu made off with everything, sir?
No, Detective. I believe all we need is a closer look. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
Looks like such a serious safe, but there's not a scrap of paper inside. Which reminds me, the safe in your office is just as empty, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's merely a coincidence that both safes are empty, Detective.
Well, make that a triple coincidence, because my piggy bank at home is empty too.
I don't think there's anything coincidental about that, Detective. That's very sad. Paper. What is this here?
Looks like the ripped corner of a piece of paper, sir.
No, I don't think it's ripped. It seems more to me like it's stuck in the safe.
Hey, you're right. It won't budge an inch, not even when I tug on it. But I don't think I've ever seen paper stuck on the inside of a safe. Hold it!
Detective, I think you have it backwards. It's not the paper that's strange. It's the safe.
What do you mean?
What I mean is that the secret to the safe is that it has 2 compartments. Even just eyeballing it, you can see that the inside is a bit too shallow. Furthermore, with the unnatural way the paper is stuck at the back of the safe, I'd say that there's an extra bit of space behind the back wall of this safe. In other words, this safe has a second compartment.
What?
I suppose that you are correct in asserting that the paper is stuck in an unnatural manner. However, if what you say is correct and there is a second compartment, how do we go about opening the door to it then? As you can see, there is no other lock or keyhole inside. Actually, there is one more spot of interest to me on this safe. Oh? Yes, and I believe that spot is the keyhole to our mystery second lock. The safe and its locks. Alright then, since you're so sure of yourself, show me how you deduced your answer. Is it this and you jam the knife in there? I think it's this and you jam the knife in there. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Eureka! Doesn't the shape of this keyhole remind you of something, Francisca? The shape? It does look very familiar. However, I believe it's simply a latch hole for the safe's lock mechanism. It's just for keeping the door shut, nothing more. Hold it! Nuh-uh. Is that so? The person who used this safe, Mr. Cochin, made sure this safe had 2 compartments in order to hide something. Do you honestly think someone like that would allow the keyhole to the hidden half to look so obviously like a keyhole that even the average person could figure it out? You figured it out. You can't be serious. Are you saying that this hole is the keyhole to the hidden compartment of this safe? That's precisely what I'm saying. I'm shocked by that for some reason. And I will prove it to you right now. The Yatagarasu's key is the key that will open it. Did you notice how it's a key in a metaphorical way as well as a literal one? I just thought that was neat.
Objection!
The Yatagarasu's key? Miles Edgeworth, it had better be a very bad joke. Sorry, but this is no joke. The Yatagarasu's key is that— Shut up! Why did you say the exact same thing twice? Go to hell. There is a gas leak in this room. We know that this key opens the first compartment of the safe, but the keyhole you're talking about is of an entirely different shape than that of the key. Let's really, really, really work through this. Faith, they said the exact same sentence back and forth to each other 3 times. Let's go over this again, shall we? The Yatagarasu's key was originally made to open Mr. Cochin's safe in the Kodopian embassy. We confirmed that as a fact by opening the door to his safe with it. Now, let's take a look at the back end of this key. Looking at the knife portion head on, what do you see? What are you talking— Ah! It appears that you've come to understand what I'm talking about. When viewed head-on, the knife's blade is the exact same shape as the keyhole. The same sentence, Faith, back and forth a few times. The real function of the knife portion is to act as the key to the hidden portion of the safe. But that's preposterous. Why don't you just find out? Put it in. Because it looks like a knife and was used like one to kill Mr. Faraday 7 years ago. We fell under the misconception that it was always meant to be a knife. Why is it? It's like they're playing this like it's the finale of the fucking case. Like this knife was what the entire case hinged on. But it's one piece of evidence in the first room. But for both the safe and its key to conceal such clever tricks, whatever's hidden inside the secret section must be of incredible importance. It's even possible that that's what I've been searching for. Scruffy, hurry up and open that safe.
Yes, sir, opening it now.
It's fine, relax.
Okay, you know, Edgeworth, you really could have just stuck the knife in the hole and opened it as soon as this conversation started.
These items, they're...
It's a bunch of funny-shaped things. I guess they're pieces of art, huh, sir?
John Safay, now move, Scruffy.
I didn't think I was in the way.
These pieces of art, they're identical to ones that have been stolen from various countries around the world. I figured as much. These are the treasures this section of the safe was meant to hide from view. I believe a more thorough examination is required. These are pieces of stolen art from around the world.
I wonder how much they're worth, especially this one.
Aye! Scruffy, don't touch those valuable pieces of art with your filthy hands. Do you have any idea what would happen to you if one of them were to break? Is it just me, or did she hit one of the pieces of art just now? This is the document that we thought was stuck earlier. I wonder what it's about.
Beats me, sir.
Why don't we take a look at it first before we give up, Detective? Mr. Cochin's name is written here on the last page. I wonder what the significance of this document is. Well, Edgeworth, it's the second 2 pages of a document that you had the first page to, you stupid asshole. You are really dumb, Edgeworth, holy shit. Take a good look at these documents, Francisca. It says that there are 3 pages in total, and yet there are only 2 here. Correct. Now take a look at the smuggling activity document in your possession. Tell me, is it not possible that your page was taken from this set of 3? Well, it certainly looks that way. By putting our multi-part puzzle together, we seem to have arrived at an answer. L, do you know? Gods of death. Smuggle art. And it seems that you have now found what you were looking for. Oh, one of the letters looks like a Greek, kopa. That's fun. Yes, and with this, it has become crystal clear that Mr. Cochin himself was responsible for the mass smuggling of Babyliss ink. Babyliss ink? Babyliss ink is a special product of the Republic of Babal. However, due to a special reason, only a limited volume is ever exported. And that reason is? That's classified. It's on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. In any case, it seems that the head of the smuggling ring was our victim, Mr. Manny Cochin. His base was in an embassy, thus it was hard for both our country and his to intervene, making it the ideal conditions under which to run a smuggling operation. Wasn't one of the pieces of art from the second case the size of a fucking house? I don't think he fit that in here. Ugh, but it's so frustrating. I lost the person I was laying judgment down upon with my whip of justice. Well, even if he is dead, we still have a responsibility to look into his misdeeds. You expect me to whip a dead man? Well, I'm not interested. Francisca, you must know. Give me a second, I gotta disappear real quick. Sorry, I had to scratch my titty and I didn't want it on stream. That Manny Cochin was the suspect in the KG-8 incident. Of course I know, on top of being the head of the smuggling ring. There's a matter of what really happened in that case that needs to be resolved. Thank you, Grammy. I will have a treat. Wait.
Are you done investigating?
I miss her wraparound sunglasses. In the shape of an X for some reason. Also, I note that the bottommost American artifact is actually still a Japanese artifact because it's a wooden bear with a fish in its mouth from Funny Hokkaido.
Are you done investigating? You realize now, don't you, that this girl is the only one it could be? Now come along quietly, Yatagarasu, Kei Faraday. You're under arrest for the murder of Manny Kochin.
Mr. Edgeworth! Please, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. I chased the fake Yatagarasu in here, and he was already...
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
I'd like to help you reduce the number of mistaken arrests Interpol makes.
What is that supposed to mean?
I believe I told you that Kay Faraday is not the culprit of this crime.
Very well. I suppose I have no choice. I'll show you just how foolish your claims are.
Nice lashes. Why arrest Kay?
Even your police confirmed that the Yatagarasu infiltrated the Babalese embassy tonight. Utilizing the confusion caused by the fire, the Yatagarasu snuck into this embassy. Furthermore, this girl claims to be the Yatagarasu. And most importantly, other than her, there was no one else in here with the body.
Your reason for suspecting Kay is because you think she's the Yatagarasu?
Exactly. But it isn't just me. She calls herself the Yatagarasu.
Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I was only out to capture the fake Yatagarasu.
Imposter or not, it matters not. A Yatagarasu is a Yatagarasu.
Look at the American artifacts back here. Very well. Then I shall prove that Kay is not the Yatagarasu who killed Mr. Manny Kochin.
Go ahead and try. Show me what the prosecutors of this country are made of.
Why arrest Kay? Alright, I don't have... Oh. Wasn't the Steel Samurai... Wait, which embassy are we in? I forget. What's up, Remy? Oh, okay. The Steel Samurai was going to Alabast, not Babal. The Gem and Ninja was going into Babal. I understand. The Kingdom of Alabast still produces the very luxurious Kodopian paper, which is renowned for its extremely high quality. The Republic of Babal is the sole producer of Babalese ink, which is made from wit crystal. It is also known to generously offer coupons. That's in the fucking brochure? Hi, MK. They each also possess a set of 3 finely crafted knives. Other than her, there was no one in here with the body. So Agent Shina suspects Kay of murder simply because Kay is the Yatagarasu. If I can prove that the Yatagarasu's goal is not related to murder... Aren't they good, Helena? Then I may be able to begin to reason with her. How could I possibly prove she's not the Yatagarasu? I guess I gotta press on this point.
Hold it!
Now add coupons on top of that? That's fair, Brevy. Just because she calls herself that, it doesn't make her a killer. I'm sorry for eating so many Sour Patch Kids. They're just really good.
No, but it does give her a motive. The Yatagarasu sent a card saying, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. Furthermore, there are documents pertaining to some smuggling activity in this room. She obviously wanted to steal them. So she killed Mr. Kochin for the key.
I see. Her logic is very sound. I expected nothing less of Agent Lang's secretary. However, that statement just now didn't sound right. It might just be the opening I need. There's a couple problems with that. One of them is that the key was still on his body. The other is that the documents were still in the safe. Let's start with the documents. Agent Sheena, I regret to inform you, but there's a flaw in your logic. Thank you, Stream Elements. Guys, if you enjoyed this and my Ace Attorney streams in general, and my streams in general, please consider donating to support the channel. It would mean a lot to me and help me stave off the IRS. Even if you claim that she is the killer and the Yatagarasu, I'm certain that securing the smuggling documents is not the motive behind the murder. The key to the safe in this room was found on Mr. Kochin's body. Furthermore, the Yatagarasu would not be so stupid as to leave without the documents. That's a terrifying sprite. By the simple fact that the documents were still in the safe when we looked, it's obvious that the killer's target was not the safe at all.
Then perhaps she didn't know that Mr. Kochin had the key on him.
If that's the case, then why would she have needed to kill him? Because I can think of no reason for her to kill him if she'd not known that fact.
Need, reason. All of this is simply our conjecturing after the fact. It's entirely possible that she accidentally killed him when she was sneaking in. Perhaps she didn't notice the safe's second compartment before returning the key.
Ow!
But the fact still remains that Mr. Kochin was stabbed to death.
But you have no definitive proof that it was Kay who committed the act.
Actually, I do. I saw her holding the knife she used on the victim with my own eyes.
What?
Allow me to tell you a bit more about the evidence that will put her away behind bars.
Usually we say put her away or put her behind bars, rather than both.
The knife wound on the body is consistent with the blade of the knife. The knife with the butterfly handle is the murder weapon, which the killer was holding. I assume she obtained the knife from the display rack and used it on the victim. The knife is a part of a special 3-piece set, which has a design like no other. The evidence and testimony, it all points to the girl. There is no counter-argument.
That is your definitive evidence?
You see now that she's definitely the killer, right?
No, Mr. Edgeworth, you've got to believe me. Maybe after the third time I say it, it'll happen. I saw a suspicious person in a long black coat outside the embassy, I swear.
And you came in here because you were chasing the suspicious person.
That's right. I ran into this office only because I was chasing after that person.
Wow, they really are repeating themselves a lot.
But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the lights, but then...
Who's saying who's there? Who's there?
Who's there? This is... I came to this room upon hearing the girl's scream, and when I saw her holding the knife, I immediately restrained her.
So the object Kay felt by her feet on the floor was the murder weapon.
I had the knife analyzed right away, but we failed to find anyone's prints on it.
But the suspicious person in the black coat who came into this room before me.
You continue to insist there was such a person, but if there was, where did they go?
That... I don't know, but I know they came in here.
That sounds like the desperate excuses of a suspected killer, not a trustworthy testimony. You understand, don't you? We can't trust this girl's words, Mr. Edgeworth.
She has a point. Even if Kay's words are the truth, I must show that they are with some solid evidence.
Mr. Edgeworth, I really didn't.
Kay, don't worry. If you didn't do it, then there must exist a way for me to prove that.
Still not giving up, I see. In that case, try to counter my argument, if you can.
Don't worry, I can and I will. Check it. Definitive evidence. What does the knife evidence say? One of a set of 3 ornamental knives covered in victim's blood. And I think I got all of the examining I could out of it. I looked at the butterfly motif and I looked at the blood-soaked blade. I suspect that the handles were... that she was actually... the victim was actually stabbed with a knife from the other embassy. And then the handles were swapped, but I don't have any evidence of that yet. Agent Sheenaw's proof is the Bob Lee's knife that Kay was allegedly holding.
Yeah, so, how you gonna prove the Kay didn't do it, sir?
If Agent Sheenaw wants to suspect Kay merely because Kay was the only one here, then I must show with evidence that Kay couldn't have committed the murder.
But do you have such evidence, sir?
Yes, there's one piece of evidence that seems very unnatural to me. I believe it's my duty to point that out to Agent Sheenaw. There is a problem with that. Can I just present it now?
Objection!
No, I can't. I might need to press on that point.
Hold it!
I ask that you please refrain from speculation.
It's a sound hypothesis derived from the evidence. There's no room for debate.
Miles Edgeworth knows that an ungraceful loss will not be tolerated, my subordinate. Now, rebut her hypothesis with factual logic. Otherwise, what was your investigation for? Yes, you're correct. Thank you. Helping a subordinate outwit advice is the job of any good superior. She seems to be rather enjoying herself, but she's correct, more or less. Agent Sheenaw, please continue with your testimony. Shit, okay. Yeah, the special three-piece set, let's talk about that. About the three-piece set, is there really no other like it?
Let's ask Ambassador Poleno for more details, shall we?
The knives are indeed special. They have the butterfly, the symbol of the Republic of Babal, engraved on them. And because there are only 3 of them in the world, they're very, very valuable. There's only 3 knives and you keep them in your embassy in a foreign country? The national symbol, huh? The knives are covered in a butterfly design. Along with the Alabastian set, our respective countries only have 3 knives each. I see.
Are you satisfied now? If so, let's continue.
Hold it!
Does this mean that you already have the results back?
We have confirmed that the shape of the Bobolese knife's blade matches the wound. Please don't confuse the efficiency of Interpol's forensic teams with your own.
Objection!
I won't if you don't underestimate our police force. And so we're clear, I'd hardly say your logic is sound, which you will see in a bit.
If you can prove me wrong, please, by all means, go ahead.
That has been my intention all along. But not now, not yet. I'm gonna have to find a different point. You mean to say that you saw Kay holding the murder weapon with your own eyes?
I was also on the search for the Yatagarasu. When I heard that girl's scream coming from this room, I rushed over straight away. When I arrived, I saw that girl standing there motionless with a knife in her hands.
But I already told you, I only came in here because I was also after the Yatagarasu. The suspicious person I saw came into this room. But when I entered, it was pitch dark. I felt something by my foot on the floor, so I turned on the lights and then...
You found out that it was the murder weapon at your feet.
How many times do I have to tell you? We can't trust the words of a suspect.
The only thing you'll accept as evidence, is it?
That's the only acceptable way to counter an agent of Interpol on the scene of a crime.
Mr. Edgeworth, do you have some kind of evidence that can prove me innocent?
I think I do, because there's one piece of evidence I found to be a bit interesting. Okay.
Objection!
Oh, you present it here. She mentions the knife like 3 or 4 times, and I tried every objection point except for the right one. So the murder weapon was the knife with the butterfly design on it. But is that really the truth?
What are you getting at?
I'd like for you to take a look at this. There's blood on the blade, and yet there's not a speck of blood on the handle. This signifies that at the time of the crime, a different handle was attached to this blade. The knife that Kay was holding had its handle switched, and was, in fact, not the real murder weapon. Well, it seems like the blade was. Maybe just the handle wasn't the real murder weapon.
It wasn't the real murder weapon?
This knife can be taken apart. Shall we give it a go? No, it's evidence, you shit. As you can see, the Bobolese knife has now been disassembled into 2 parts. The killer must have pulled the murder weapon out of the victim's body, and proceeded to swap the knife's original handle with this butterfly one. It was all to create the illusion that Mr. Kochin was killed with a butterfly-themed knife. This should clear up any and all suspicions surrounding Kay. Bobbly's knife handle. Swapped with the real murder weapon's handle, its blade has yet to be found.
Your argument isn't airtight yet.
How so?
It's possible that the girl herself is the one who switched the
Hold
handles.
it!
Don't be ridiculous. For what purpose would she do such a thing?
I don't care to know how a criminal thinks. The way they view the world is beyond the comprehension of a normal person like myself. Can't you see how normal I am? Therefore, I wouldn't put anything past them, no matter how odd it may seem.
Objection!
The truth is right there in front of you, and this knife will show you the way. You will come to see that Kay is not and could not have been Mr. Kochin's killer.
What is this mark on here?
It's the mark of a flower. I assume you know what this means?
No, not really. Butterflies rest on flowers all the time to drink their sweet nectar.
And so they do. Sudden music change. However, would this butterfly really drink the nectar of this flower? The answer is clearly not a chance. Now to prove the relationship between the butterfly and the flower with this embassy brochure.
You can't be serious.
It appears you've made the connection. The flower on this blade is designed after a certain country's national symbol. That's right, the Kingdom of Alabast. In other words, this blade is from one of Alabast's ornamental knives. This part of the knife handle has Babal's national symbol of the butterfly on it. Therefore, it is undeniably Babalese in origin. Because we both know you can't kill someone with just a knife handle. Incidentally, when exactly did the murder occur again, Agent Sheena?
After the fire had broken out.
That's right. Kay entered the Babalese embassy after the fire had taken place. Furthermore, she had not been to the Alabastian side of the building before then. On top of that, not a single person passed between the two countries during the fire. Which means that Kay could not have transported an Alabastian object over here. This makes it impossible for her to be the true killer.
Whoop! Whoop whoop! Motherfucking miracle, sir! What a great victory! Huh? Hey, why is everyone so quiet?
I'm happy we got this far and cleared Kay's name. But what worries me now is what will happen next.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? An Alabastian knife here? Do you mean, how did this find its way to the Republic of Babal? It didn't just find its way over. Rather, we should focus on how it was smuggled over.
You know what? My brain hurts thinking about it while we're just standing around. Thinking while you're on the run, now that's the way a real great thief operates. It's me, the great thief Yatagarasu, unpunished and unarrested yet again. Oh, thanks a bunch, Mr. Edgeworth, for proving me innocent, I mean. You believed in me the whole time, right? Tell me you did.
Not really, but
Come on, you don't have to be shy about it.
Your argument is still not airtight.
would you care to elaborate?
I understand now that the girl didn't commit the murder. However, there is still the possibility that she is the Yatagarasu.
That again? Look, how many times do I have to explain it to you? Yes, correct. I'm 100% the Yatagarasu. Good job. I'm the real Yatagarasu. I'm not like that fake one that goes around setting fires, okay?
Whether you're the real deal or a fake, it doesn't really matter. All that I have to say is this. I have my suspicions that this girl is the one who started the fire.
Objection!
Preposterous! On what grounds do you suspect her of such a thing?
Your argument isn't airtight, unlike this pussy. The fact that she calls herself the Yatagarasu, that in itself is the most elegant proof.
Miss Sheena,
Yes?
I have no intention of taking back any of what I've said.
Huh?
I am the great thief Yatagarasu. Arrest me! And I refuse to allow some imposter to claim that name as their own. The path of justice that my father pointed me towards, I will walk it the best I can.
It's not good to be so stubborn. I hope you can understand that.
Thanks a lot for the concern, Ms. Sheena. Let me share something with you, too, as a token of my appreciation. Those sunglasses totally do nothing for you, so I'll steal them from you next time, okay?
She actually has not been wearing the sunglasses once this case. What?
Well, I guess we'd better get going.
Going? To where?
To the Kingdom of Alabast. If we don't go, we won't know for sure, right?
I suppose not. We won't get anywhere simply by standing here thinking. To see where the Alabastian knife came from, we'll have to pay the Alabastian Embassy a visit. Faith, it's all antics. Listen, it's because no one's given her the negative reinforcement she needs. If Edgeworth had arrested her the first time she said she was a great thief, she wouldn't be in this position. As you are my subordinates, I will not tolerate you bringing the investigation to a halt. Understood. Best value Ada Wong. That's cruel, Arbeat. That's heartless. March 14th, 7:44 p.m. Theatrum Neutralis Lobby. Oh boy. Count off! 1, 1, 1, 1! 1, 1! Shifu, 99 callouts, while 99 members are most likely here and accounted for, sir.
Hey, you. Yeah, you, the second number 1 from my right.
Sir! Yes, sir!
Here, a birthday present for you.
What? Shifu, I didn't know that you knew all our birthdays! What a kind heart you have! Shifu, you're more of a man than we'll ever be, sir! I'm really sorry, but it's not my birthday.
Lang Zi says, a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. That present isn't for you. It's for your younger brother's wife's... It's for your younger brother's wife's younger brother. Tell him I said hi and happy birthday, won't you?
Yes, sir! Shifu, I can't believe you remember that much about each of us! Shifu, I'm so moved that I can't stop crying!
That's right, I memorized all your birthdays, and the birthdays of your spouses, and the birthdays of your spouse's family.
Hi, Brent. I should probably leave them to their alone time.
Alright, meeting's over. Everyone, head for your posts. Dismissed!
Sir! Look at his knee highs.
Yo, were you guys there the whole time? I got a call from Sheena, and she's already filled me in. It sounds like you're out to get in my way again.
I have absolutely no intention of interrupting your investigation. I simply request that you grant me permission to investigate the Alabastian Embassy.
And what if I say no?
Objection!
Agent Lang, this man is my subordinate. As I have received permission from the ambassador, he is to be extended the same rights.
Sorry, sis, but it's not that simple. Alabast is the strictest immigration regulations in the world, or didn't you know? Even among my elite men, only about half of them are admitted into the country. Besides, any more cooks in the kitchen, we might spoil the soup, if you get what I mean.
How dare you make such assumptions?
Don't take this the wrong way, but I thought I was in charge of Alabast, Ms. Von Karma. Look, try to understand, okay? Things over in Alabast are a bit of a mess right now.
What do you mean by a bit of a mess?
No one told you. We had an incident in Alabast as well. This is what we call a decision based on the investigation, Mr. Prosecutor.
Look, Wolfie, just let us in already.
Is there a problem here, Agent Lang? Yay! Yay!
Not really. Just having a discussion about whether or not to let these guys in.
Ambassador Alba, I ask that you please allow these people to join the investigation.
having a debate because of my country. I am terribly sorry for placing you good people in that kind of situation. It is all because I lacked the strength to govern well.
Please, it's nothing of the sort, Ambassador.
You weakling, Quercus! Curse your frailty and inability to effect change in your country!
What are you?
The thing is, investigations conducted in my country have been under Agent Lang. And it is my judgment that in order to minimize a disruption in the investigation, I should leave everything up to Agent Lang.
There, you see.
Oh, no way!
Did you know Quercus alba is the genus and species name of a tree? I believe it's the white oak. Alba is obviously white, but Quercus is oak, right? I'm not great with the plants.
Ambassador Alba, I ask you to please reconsider allowing them into Alabast.
What's that?
My very own secretary has been murdered in the Bobolese embassy, and he was apparently caught up in some very shady dealings, completely unbeknownst to me. So I ask for your cooperation in our investigation. These aren't much, but I hope they can cover your travel expenses to Babal someday.
All right, I get it. Even if you beg Ambassador Alba, I still have to give the final okay anyway.
All right, you hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? We're in.
Not so fast, my little crow girl. You're still a witness in the Babal murder. So I'd like you to please stay in the Republic of Babal.
Detective Gumshoe, please take good care of Kay for me.
Yes, sir! Sounds good to me. The fewer troublemakers, the better.
Ellipsis.
What? Why are they saying rasp? What does rasp mean?
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes?
So I wanted to ask for a while now, but that lady over there, is she who I think she is?
Ah, that's right. I didn't introduce the two of you yet. Francisco von Kama, the prosecutorial prodigy. It's nice to see you again.
That lady over there, who's about 2 years older than me. Oh, I knew it. You're the whip lady.
You may address me as Miss von Kama.
Miss Von Karma, I leave the investigation of Alabast in your hands.
Thanks. Rest assured, I will outsmart both the smuggling ring and the Yggdrasil. The smuggling ring, huh? Perhaps I should ask Francisco a bit more about them before I head into Alabast. And I mustn't forget to thank Ambassador Poleno for all that he's done for me. What's good? They're conveniently lined up right here for me to talk to. Ambassador Poleno, I am in your debt. No, it's nothing. Because it's about all I can do for you, I'm afraid. I only ask that you please bring Manny's killer to justice. I will, Ambassador, on my honor. Wow, you're so sensational. You've really piqued my curiosity. I know they aren't much, but know that I'm giving them to you wholeheartedly. No, that's quite all right. Oh, well, how about this then? Ooh, free Babali's ink. And what exactly is it? It's fountain penning. Known as Bobolese ink, it's made exclusively in Babal. So is this Bobolese ink? We make it from wit crystal oil, which is mined through our mineral mines. That's odd. You get oil from a mine? Please accept this ink. One dip of your fountain pen in this, and you can write for hours in your organizer. How fortunate for me. The ink in my pen just happens to have run out. I gladly accept your gracious gift. Dude, you're gonna get ink all over your pocket. Great! Wonderful! I guarantee to you that writing with our ink is an unforgettable experience. And since we don't export it, if you run out, you're always welcome to come and visit our fair nation. Talk about cornering the customer along with the market. What's good? You've made so much progress in your investigation in such a short period of time. It's truly amazing. Agent Hicks, whose help I had requested, was cut down before he completed his task. There's no room for further failure in my perfect investigation. In spite of that, I believe you were able to obtain some insight into the ring, correct? It was nothing. I simply made some deductions based on the smuggled item I was following.
You mean the Bobbleys ink? But why are there restrictions on the export of Bobbleys ink to begin with?
That's classified Interpol
Hold
info.
it!
Francisca, as your subordinate, I'm a part of your investigation now. Don't you think it would be beneficial if I was as well informed as you?
Point taken. Very well, I'll fill you in. Recently, we discovered some very well-made counterfeit bills circulating in Shangfa.
Counterfeit bills?
Yes, as you may have deduced, the counterfeits are being made with Babal's special Babalese ink. And it's virtually impossible to distinguish bills made with Babalese ink from real ones. Oh, it's the goat bills from Funny Castle of Cagliostro. Thus, it was only natural for Interpol to keep an eye on the Republic of Babal. Babalese ink. Special wit crystal, well, yeah, I know. Limited export because of its use in counterfeiting.
That's where this document comes into play, correct?
Correct. Mr. Cochin was smuggling large amounts of Babalese ink. Furthermore, he was charged with running the embassy's printing equipment. That's all the evidence I need to know that he was the head of the smuggling ring. However, there remains one tiny problem.
Let me guess. You still have yet to find the counterfeit bills or the smuggled ink?
Yes, and while we're listing things, I might as well add the counterfeit plates to the pile. Since we haven't been able to locate any of these items in the Babalese embassy, we're looking into the Alabastian embassy next. It doesn't matter where they're hidden, mark my words, I will find them. Counterfeit bills data jotted down in my organizer. It's hard to tell they're fake.
Well, shall we get going? What's wrong, Kay?
I didn't get permission to enter Alabast. So we're gonna go gather whatever info we can over on the Babalese side, okay?
All right, I'm counting on you two.
Right, and I'm counting on you and Ms. Von Karma to sniff out the clues in Alabast. Oh, and Mr. Edgeworth, if you happen to come across my phony, you let me know, okay? If you tell me, I'll rush over on straight away no matter where you are.
I'll let you know when the time comes. March 14th, 8:17 p.m., Alabastian Embassy, Ambassador's Office. Hello, Steel Samurai. Whoa! What do you think you're doing to my subordinates? Oh, the head spinning backwards is fun.
You're...
I was hoping it was the guy who played the Steel Samurai. Brent, she's been saying that she's the great thief Yatagarasu nonstop this entire time. I was hoping it was the guy who played the Steel Samurai from that one case and also that other case, because I really like doing his voice, but it's fucking Larry.
Edgy! Oh, thank the heavens you're here! I'm in a really, really big pickle, your lordship! The raven, it appeared, poof, and then disappeared, swoosh! And though I am the Steel Samurai, my sword, I'm so confused, I don't know what anything means anymore!
What is this foot cake?
I'm Larry of the House of Butts, married man of Neo-Old Tokyo, milady.
Don't say milady. Todd, I am sure it is a padded suit. Now I remember. This person is one of your friends, isn't he, Miles?
Yes, frighteningly enough, he is.
Hey, what's up with that answer? Your best bud is in a bind, and you act like it's no big deal.
What sort of bind are we talking about here?
The suspect kind. I accidentally became a suspect in a murder.
I see. That is quite the bind.
Not that Van's the least bit surprised.
Yes, I pretty much expected this news. From the instant I saw this unlucky face. Let me fade to black so I can tell you about Larry. His name is Larry Butts. I've known him since grade school, and for as long as I've known him, he's been the world's largest source of trouble with a capital T.
Hey, what kind of introduction is that? You're so mean, Edgy. If you're not careful, you might find your tiny number of friends go down by one.
That was uncalled for. Besides, you're... Wait, hold on. Larry, it was you! You're the one who wrote my Steel Samurai autograph!
Huh? Oh, you didn't notice earlier? I even winked at you through my headpiece.
What's going on? And why are you betrayed?
Sorry, but could you not speak to me right now?
Oh, sorry. Am I interrupting your comical yet melodramatic play?
Thank you, Stream Elements guys. If you enjoy the stream, you might consider donating. I don't make very much money and I need to give so much of it to the IRS. Please.
Aha. So this is the incident you mentioned earlier.
Mr. Prosecutor, this man, this childhood friend of yours, is our prime suspect. Of what, you ask? Of the murder of a man who had snuck into this embassy. Mask Damask II. God fucking damn it.
Thank you, CJ Mac, for the $25 donation. The other Phantom Gentleman thief from Phoenix Wright. They're both here.
Mask Damask II.
Is that a child? That person looks very small.
Only Larry could get himself into yet another mess as fine as this.
I'm afraid not, Faith. I would remember them.
But no matter what the facts seem to say, Larry is not the type to commit murder. Still, it's a rather daunting stroke of misfortune I've struck. I have to prove that Larry Butts is innocent of all wrongdoing.
Shifu, we've identified the victim.
Good work. I'll take that report now.
Agent Lang, would you mind if I took a peek at it as well?
What did I tell you earlier, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't get in my way. There's only enough flesh here to feed one wolf, and that one is me. So, no, you may not take a peek.
But Agent Lang!
Why is that fan favorite character Tyrell bad?
Agent Lang, will you allow an investigator such as myself to take a look? Yes, of course. You, let the detective see the file.
You're Detective Bad! Why, you're 7 years older, but you haven't aged a day!
You're the prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth, right?
Fancy meeting you here, Detective.
You weren't expecting me. Ever since that day 7 years ago, I've chased after the Yatagarasu non-stop. I even pressured Interpol into keeping me in the loop in case a card was ever found.
What incredible dedication to the case.
Detective Bad knows the Yatagarasu's MO very well, and his passion for the chase hasn't died down in these 7 long years. It's something I can respect.
Oh, you might be right, Faith.
But, Detective Bad, I must ask, are you gonna make an ally out of this prosecutor? I've still got my lolly. My only goal is to arrest the Yatagarasu. If he can get to the bottom of this case, then I'm willing to share info with him.
I'm in your debt, Detective Bad. About the murder of Damask II, would you be willing to fill me in on a few of the details?
When the Yatagarasu showed up, Agent Lang and I took ourselves off guard duty and put ourselves in charge of directing things at this crime scene. Taking advantage of the chaos, Damask II, he broke into this embassy. Probably to steal some treasure or another.
And I suppose he lost his life when he was forced to fight someone else in this room.
Tired Actor, hello! Thank you. Tired Actor was very complimentary of my voices when I rated her yesterday, viewer, so I'm very grateful.
Why exactly was that man placed under arrest, Detective?
That samurai?
He was born looking suspicious, but not for the reasons you suspect, I assure you. As you can plainly see, he's completely harmless.
Well, it was just a random guess. It's not like he's actually under arrest. Tonight, here at the Alabastian Embassy, Ambassador Alba was to give a commemorative speech, and that's when the Yatagarasu showed. But keep in mind, the Yatagarasu isn't who I'm talking about right now. Those seats for the guests who had been called to sit in them were empty.
A no-show? Who was it that failed to take their seat?
The Steel Samurai. Until the speech was to begin, each member of the entire Steel Samurai family was to wait in a separate room. However, for some weird reason, that man was spotted in a different location than his assigned room at that time.
And where was he?
He was on the roof with one of his legs down a chimney.
What the fuck, Larry? Jesus Christ. Look at his mischievous smirk.
That chimney leads directly into this room.
No! Larry Butts, you've really outdone yourself this time. What were you thinking? I don't think they do, Bram. In any case, I believe it's high time for me to start my investigation. Larry, there are a few things I need to ask you about.
Hey, how about that? I've got a few things I've got to ask you too.
What is it?
It's like, both you and him, how is it that the two of you always manage to have some cute or hot girl by your side? And Franzi, what about that promise you made to me?
Promise? What promise?
The one where you said you would model for my next book, Franzi's Whippity Whip Trip.
I don't remember this happening.
Yo!
I made no such promise! Ever since grade school, we've had a certain saying about Larry. When something smells, it's usually the butts. One needs to look no further than this man to find the king of troublemakers. As I recall, you aren't calling yourself Lawrence Dunon now? God, I forgot about that name.
That's Dunon!
I don't know how it would have been pronounced before.
Lawrence Dunon! Get that straight in your head, Edgy! Ow, 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 ow!
Now I remember. It was that rude, pale imitation of a real artist.
No, you got it all wrong. I gave up on that whole Laurice business.
Oh, it was Laurice, excuse me.
Besides, when Bangelina...
Okay, Bangelina's pretty good.
Besides, when Bangelina left me and my heart in pieces, that's when Mindy walked into my life. She's been so good to me that I wanted to help her in some way. And I figured I could through this Steel Samurai outfit.
Your inane blathering makes less and less sense each time we meet. I believe he's saying that he picked up this part-time job as the Steel Samurai so that he may attempt to capture the heart of the actress who plays the Pink Princess.
You got it! I knew you'd know what I meant, Edgy!
Not really. It's not so much as I understood, but a simple deduction based on your usual modus operandi, Larry. Larry, I'd like you to confess right now to everything you did tonight.
Confess? Hey, don't tell me you suspect me too!
Nonsense. I don't believe you have the mental acuity needed to plan and execute a murder. However, we're talking about you here, so I find it hard to believe that nothing happened. For past experience has taught me that you are always at the center of some insane event.
Edgy! How can you be so mean, stabbing me with your words like that?
Unfortunately, I don't have the time to search out a key to unlock your heart this time. So I suggest that you cooperate and tell me what you know. Now, Edgeworth, I know what you mean by that, but for the reader, they might assume you meant that you guys fucked.
Okay, I get it. Just stop Franzi from whipping me from behind.
Hi, 20 yards.
So, I guess you know what I did, right, Edgy?
I can't even begin to imagine. However, I imagine that whatever you were up to was probably beyond my imagination. Shut the fuck up, whoever wrote that line. So you will tell me what exactly you did, Larry. I'll reduce the price of the Ahegao for you right now, 20 yards, see if I don't. 14,958. It's never been so low.
Nope, not yet, Edgy. It'll take more than that to loosen my lips. A lot more!
Confess now.
Okay, well, I was up on the roof.
And why exactly were you up there?
Oh, you know, that wintry custom and the legendary hero.
Legendary hero?
Santa Claus.
Santa Claus?
I wanted to do that thing he does, so I climbed up to one of the chimneys. But when I got there was smoke pouring out of the chimney.
Smoke from chimney. Smoke was pouring out of the chimney when Larry thought to climb down it.
And?
Well, I couldn't go down the chimney with smoke coming up, right? So I gave up.
Objection!
Larry, you do realize that Santa Claus does not exist, right?
Wow. Cope, Edgeworth. Doubter cells seething over Santa believer chads.
Of course I know! I did graduate from junior high, you know.
And you should also understand this. If Santa was real, he would be the biggest unlawful trespasser in history. I'm making it my life's work to arrest Santa Claus.
Oh, crud!
It is your attitude to imitate Santa that has landed you as prime suspect in this murder.
Come on, man. What's so wrong with pretending to be Santa?
Objection!
Let's start with the fact that it will be the Ides of March in a matter of hours. Santa only visits homes on December 24th. That's in December, you nitwit!
No!
Edgeworth is gonna get Santa the chair.
Hey, wait a sec. We're not in court.
I'm gonna show him the autograph he gave me.
Oh, hey, it's the Steel Samurai.
I want you to answer this for me, Larry, and depending on the answer, I may let you live. The Steel Samurai that was up there on the stage, was that really you?
Yup, sure was.
Larry! You!
Steel Samurai Sushi Slash.
Ugh. I was moved by the performance of this man. This completely useless, worthless bum. I fear I may never recover from this.
Oh shit! The tree looks, the plant, Larry's blocking it right now, but the plant looks exactly like Quercus alba. What is that plant supposed to be?
Francisca, can't you see that it's supposed to be a likeness of Ambassador Alba?
Miles Edgeworth, as a subordinate, you have a lot of nerve telling me what to say. I look forward to your salary assessment next month.
You're deluding yourself if you think you have any control over that.
Knives?
There are some weapons on display on this wall. A crossbow. And under that,
That's a scary-ass tree.
a set of knives bearing a flower motif. They must be the counterparts to the Bobolese knives.
Bram, I feel like Finn subs aren't usually losing money to their boss. That's more of a wage cuck thing.
Which means that the blades inside these scabbards should match the blade that was used to kill Mr. Cochin. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
Okay.
What? One of the knives is missing its blade.
Hi, Karn.
Let's see if the two pieces, the blade and the handle, fit each other.
Arbeat, I bet you that spear got bent somehow during the case. It would appear that they fit together quite well, almost seamlessly.
Then this means that an Alabastian knife did find its way into Babal. But how?
Oh, Bram, I forgot that a spear got beat up in a previous Steel Samurai case.
It's the Steel Samurai's primary weapon, the samurai spear.
Isn't it awesome? I totally fell for this thing. It's sleek and shiny, just like my heart. It comes at you like whoosh. When you hold it, you just want to live life like bam.
You do well to watch what you say, Larry. Although it is just as Larry says, the spear is quite the symbol of valor. However, speaking of spears, aren't you supposed to use them by thrusting the point straight into your opponent? I'm not entirely convinced that this spear is up to the task.
What's wrong, Edgy? You're just staring off into the distance. Oh, I get it. Tell you what, I'll tell the studio to make you one, okay? But this one's mine.
Is Steel Samurai a rip of Silver Samurai? I'm not familiar with Silver Samurai. I don't know. So it's a Marvel Comics thing, but Steel Samurai is clearly supposed to be like a Power Rangers type John. Like a costume hero show.
Maybe I can shut him up if I show him the piece of evidence that will point something out about the spear.
Oh. As you can see, the spear is supposed to be straight.
Eureka!
Larry, about this spear.
Oh, you feeling it? Bam!
I thought there was something strange about this spear. Tell me, Larry, is it just me or is the spear a bit bent?
What? No way! It's exactly as it should be, yo!
Very good, Todd. I have here the autograph you wrote for me earlier. And take a good look at this. Take a good look at this which you drew with your own hands. You can see that the spear is clearly of a different shape. What do you have to say to that?
I'm sorry! When I hold the spear in my hands, all of a sudden I feel super powerful. And then during practice, I was spinning it around and around, just like a towel. But it wasn't a towel, it was a spear. And bam, it hit the wall!
Unbelievable! This is an embassy!
But I've always been like that, ever since I was a kid. One time on an overnight field trip, I bought a fake sword and played with it late that night. I'm just a useless, hot-blooded man.
Larry, clarify that for me, will you?
Okay, so it was some field trip, and I began a shadow fight with myself.
Not that! I meant what you said earlier about spinning the spear and hitting the wall.
Oh, that. It's no biggie. It's not like I left a hole or anything.
That's not why I'm asking that, Larry. The samurai spear is made of metal. I somehow doubt that a move as simple as spinning it around would cause it to bend.
Man, Edgy, you're so naive.
What? Where did that come from?
Well, you keep calling it the samurai spear, but it's not real. You can't really fight someone with it, because it's hollow on the inside. You could hit it against practically anything and it would bend.
Is that so?
Don't tell me you thought it was real. Oh, but don't take it the wrong way. I just think that part of your personality is cute.
I see. Your friendship truly is something special, Miles Edgefast.
That's not friendship, it's utter humiliation.
Samurai spear data jotted down in my organizer.
Sick crossbow. Why is there a weapon on display in a place like this, above 3 other weapons?
I wonder why there are no whips on display here.
Alright. I can spot absolutely no difference between this Primadux statue and Babal's.
The statue's face looks a bit like that costumed hero you like so very much. I only wonder why you Americans have such an affinity for this kind of face.
The statue wasn't made by an American, you know. At least I don't suppose so.
Why do Americans love your samurai and sentai heroes so much?
Oh, you won't let me look at the flower, huh? Oh, I don't have any other thoughts. Alright, well, that was fun examining that.
The counterpart to the Babalese butterfly is the Alabastian flower.
The butterfly and flower, they're both lovely things. But can we interpret this to mean that Alabast provides honey to Babal?
Francisca, can't you come up with a more meaningful or profound comment?
Very well then. Let's see what sort of profound comment you can come up with.
Well, flowers cannot survive without the butterflies that spread their pollen. And butterflies cannot live without the nectar that flowers provide. If either one were to disappear from the equation, neither would survive. How was that, Ms. Von Karma?
Your explanation took so long that I nearly fell asleep. Well, let's continue with the investigation.
Yay, Kate, I will. I was just looking at my stuffed animals to the side of the stream setup earlier and thinking that it had been a while since anybody asked me to show them. So thank you, Kate, for redeeming that. I feel like normally people don't redeem show stuffed animal unless I'm suffering in a video game somehow. And Phoenix Wright doesn't have a lot of suffering other than the vocal variety, so. Wave hi to the viewers, Blahaj.
Francisca, why can't you just admit I had something there? 6 statue. There was the exact same statue sitting in that Babalese office we examined.
It's the Primadux statue. It was the national treasure of the Principality of Cordopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. But both Alabast and Babal claim to have the royal thing.
What an incredibly childish fight to have. Bum bum bum.
Alabast's Primadux statue data jotted down in my organizer.
I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Prima Duck statue. There's one of these on the Bobolese side as well. I hear it's fairly valuable and made of pure gold. It was the national treasure of Cortopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. But both Alabaster and Babal claim to have the real thing and won't budge from that claim.
What? I read all of this dialogue already. Where do you get off telling me? I feel like they've been stretching this case out. I really feel like they've been stretching this case out.
The counterpart to the Bobolese butterfly is the Alabastian flower.
What? You already had this conversation! Where do you get off?
Oh shit. The sheaths are so beautiful. There's almost the exact same wall mount for the knives on the Bobolese side. But I can't see any of the details from this distance.
Alright, great. Fucking dickhead.
No matter how hard you try, you'll never be a necessity in our Shifu's investigation.
Is that a fact? No matter how good he is bound to overlook something.
If you insult our Shifu, then prepare to be punished.
Oh, and how exactly would you punish us?
Every investigator under Shifu's command would work to disrupt your investigation.
Vindictive much?
Photo. How did they print this photo this quickly?
The person shaking hands with the Steel Samurai in this picture is Ambassador Alba.
It was taken just before the murder.
The Steel Samurai must be very popular. They're even using the National Treasure as backdrop.
I just don't understand. What exactly is so great about Top Knot there?
Clearly, there is a depth to this show that a young person like you can't fathom.
Speaking of young people, aren't young children the target audience of this show of costumed actors? Photo with Steel Samurai data jotted down in my organizer. It's a fireplace, and by the looks of it, I don't think it's been used recently.
Yes, I can't say that I see anything unusual about it.
Nice tree.
Two gorgeous flowers are in full bloom here.
What are they stuck in with?
I'm sure flowers as lovely as these must have an equally as lovely name.
Also, somebody's gouged something out of the dirt. Miles Edgefass, are you done staring? I should hardly think passion flowers are all that rare.
Passion flowers. That's a rather unusual name.
It was named by priests in the 15th century for the Passion of Christ.
As they say, you learn something new every day.
Is that true?
Passion flowers. They were named by priests in the 15th century. Two large flowers in bloom. The vines are supported by stakes and are still growing.
I have to look up if it's true what she said about the passion flowers. Passion flower. Wikipedia. No, I don't need the chemistry. I need the name. You shit. You shit. They won't do it. They won't give it to me. They won't tell me why it's called. Oh, the flower has been given names related to the symbolism. Oh, in culture. Here we go. Bram, do you have to backseat my browsing Wikipedia? The passion and passion flower purportedly refers to the passion of passion of Jesus. Excuse me, I don't know where I got off saying passion of the Christ in Christian theology. The word passion comes from the Latin passio, meaning suffering. In the 15th and 16th centuries, Spanish Christian missionaries adopted the unique physical structures of this plant, particularly the numbers of its various flower parts, as as symbols of the last day of Jesus and especially his crucifixion. Flower has been given names related to the symbolism throughout Europe since the 15th century. In Spain, it is known as Espina de Cristo, Thorn of Christ. Older Germanic names include Christus Krone, Christ's crown, Christus Strauss, Christ's bouquet, Dornkrone, crown of thorns, Jesus Lied, that's Dutch, I can't fucking read that, Jesus Passion, Martyr Passion, or Muttergottesstern, Mother of God's Star. Oh, that's lovely. I had this problem, it's Stern, isn't it? I had this problem when I was playing Signalis, that Stern is a really, really, really ugly word for star. When a star is a very beautiful thing, as opposed to like Latin estrella, for example. Or that's Spanish. Estrella? This must be Ambassador Alba's desk. His notebook is open on his desk. He must have been in the middle of some important work.
Sapling growth log. It finally sprouted today.
Funny, it doesn't look like important work to me. It's presumably a bonsai in the original Japanese. So this is the victim, Damask II. What is with his gaudy outfit?
You don't know about Mask Damask? A few months ago, this thief caused a lot of havoc on the populace.
So this thief is separate from the Yatagarasu?
I thought they were for a while, because their MO and targets were different. Damask likes high-value trinkets and jewels, and being gaudy is his signature. Gumshoe was in charge of that investigation, so he'd know more about Damask.
That's alright. All I probably hear are tales of his failure anyway.
You haven't changed a bit, I see. That's actually kind of fucked up. You were 13 the last time I saw you.
In any case, let's get started here, shall we? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Here's a blade. So this is the murder weapon in this case. It says blood on the blade. It's a rather sweeping sword, isn't it? What did you expect? It's still Samurai Daddy. It's... what? It's Steel Samurai Daddy's secondary weapon. Don't call the Steel Samurai Daddy. I only call it his secondary, because although he uses his sword in most of his battles, it's his trusty samurai spear that he turns to in a real fight. You sure know quite a bit about the Steel Samurai. That's only because I saw the stage show earlier. The owner of this sword is the Steel Samurai, or in other words, Larry. I should probably ask him about it, as detrimental as it is to proving him innocent. Samurai sword data jotted down in my organizer. Can I rotate it? In my mind? Oh my god, I have so much evidence now. Hey, they won't let me rotate the spear, what the fuck? They won't let me rotate this! Were we running out of money, Ace Attorney Investigations? That's a great question, RB. They have a report that says who he is, but they won't show it to me. What is he holding? Looks like a piece of paper from a notepad. Oh. It would appear that directions on how to reach this room were written by hand. There's something written on the back as well. I'd like you to steal the Prima Duck statue in this room. What is that supposed to mean? Who writes a note to themselves like that? If I had to guess from the text, I would say that this is actually a request from someone about what to steal. Just who is the person that requested the theft of the Prima Duck statue? How about who's the dead person in front of you? It's Winston Payne. There's not a single shred of fashion sense in Damask's costume. Well, at least I can appreciate the great effort he must have put into making it.
You two don't know? You could buy this costume almost anywhere now.
It's being sold? Since when?
Since around New Year's, the streets are practically flooded with them. Turns out Damask is a lot more popular than I thought he'd be.
I can't believe that foolish fool would dress in fool's clothing to act foolishly. We get your point about 3 foolishes back, Francisca. Tell her, Queen. I suppose this was a wrapping cloth Damask II used to carry his stolen goods. But there's nothing left in it now. I guess he never did manage to get his hands on whatever it was he was out to steal. Is that the problem, Todd, or is he just very short? It does look fucked up for sure. All we have to talk about is his fucking clothes. Is that what we try to figure out who he is? Japan loves Phantom of the Paradise, judging by femto and this mask. Murder weapon. Larry, about the samurai sword that was used as the murder weapon.
Oh, that. Well, I shook hands with the ambassador in this room, you know.
Yes, apparently you did.
And, well, I totally forgot about it and left it behind when I left afterwards. You want to talk about shock? I was the most shocked of all when I heard it killed someone. Shocked!
foolish fool looking especially foolish for foolishly stating such a foolish excuse. You forgot to take something that big, Mitchell? Who would believe such a tale? Thank you, Stream Elements. You could give me money, viewer, if you wanted to. If you love me and my stream as I love you, as I and it love you, viewer, you might consider donating. Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Von Karma, but I believe him. Because if anyone could forget something like that, it would be Larry.
Edgy, you gotta believe me. I just knew that our friendship is something special.
Anyway, even if Larry had simply forgotten the sword and left it behind, that in no way clears his name. Which means I will have to prove his innocence from a different angle. Alright. I talked to Detective Bat, apparently. I have not talked to Lang yet. You did some investigating over in the Babalese embassy too, right? I did. Is there a problem? Lang Z says, a wolf who aims to hunt for 2 rabbits at once. I believe the idiom you require is, he who runs after 2 hares will catch neither. We have this in American English, which is where I'm from and what I speak. Good night, Jess. A real wolf can catch both. I see. So what are you trying to say, seeing as how I'm currently handling 2 cases? Suit yourself, but don't say I didn't warn you.
I'm me.
Penitent Bram, thank you for the $10. They've still got an examination thing on here. Oh, what? Of course! His face is separate from his body, naturally.
I thought that Damask had quit the business.
This guy, he's just a copycat using the name. A phony successor.
Oh, like Kay.
He's just another petty thief. His real identity is an out-of-work guy by the name of Kashi No. He's 29 and wanted on larceny charges. From his clothes and what he was carrying, we determined that this guy's the real Damask II.
The cause of death appears to be the loss of blood from the back of his head. It seems that he was struck with something very hard. In other words, he was bludgeoned to death.
Cool. Well, can I deduce anything? No.
Huh. There was a grandfather clock just like this one earlier in the Babalese embassy. You know, symmetry is a fine thing. Their interior design really suffers for it.
Really? I think this clock actually fits the decor of this home quite well.
I suppose the wood does suit the all-natural atmosphere of the room.
Its design and the material it's made of strikes a good balance with the plants.
Hey, you two! Now's not the time to be talking about interior decorating, you know. Hurry up and save me!
Be quiet. This is all a part of my elite investigation. All you need to do is be quiet and watch.
Actually, I do believe Larry has a point for once.
Okay, I talked to everybody, and I can't leave the room. So, is there something I neglected to look at? Or maybe I have to start showing people evidence.
I already checked this earlier, but it never hurts to take a second look.
What is that plant supposed to be?
Francisca, can't you see that it's supposed to be a likeness of Ambassador Alba?
Didn't we already have this entire conversation? Okay, now that's checked off as having been examined. If you don't read all the dialogue twice, you haven't really examined something. There are decorative plants here as well. This room is overflowing with nature.
Humans used to live in the grandeur of nature once, long ago. I believe I'm not mistaken in thinking that those people truly loved nature.
This coming from a man who loves shows featuring costumed actors.
She just had to go there again, didn't she? Picking on my gay little interests.
Alright, Larry, the time has come to present all my evidence to you. I was thinking that this game was kind of light on the evidence presenting.
Larry, I wonder if you might know what this is.
Nope, not a clue.
You didn't even look at it.
That's because the only thing I can see right now is the form of my lovely Franzi.
Oh, in that case, allow me to help you sear my form. In that case, allow me to help you sear my form into you for all eternity.
Ah! Whippity whip trip!
Indeed, Todd.
Now this is a trip I'm willing to endorse, especially if we can get some peace here.
Okay. Once again, the I don't recognize it dialogue. Whippity whip trip to you too, gamers. Hello, regular zebra. How goes it?
Oh, hey, it's the Steel Samurai.
Shit, I already talked to him about this.
I was moved by the performance of this man. Fuck.
Nice, regular zebra. I don't know what that means. Does being ace make you a better detective or a worse one? I don't know. There's a lot of hot girls in this game. Oh, Guilty Gear Strive. Yeah, if you had said Strive, I would have understood it immediately. Now, the problem here is that when I present Larry a piece of evidence that he's not familiar with, I have to sit through this very long whipping sequence.
Metal Gear.
Oh, Lord. Probably not Gears of War. I don't think they made one of those recently. And they haven't really stood the test of time. I also don't think. Nope, he doesn't know the thing. Put Solid Snake in Guilty Gear. You should put Solid Snake in Smash. Where he's definitely not. He doesn't know about the fucking document. There's so much evidence. Let me ask him about the sword. I mean, I already talked to him about the sword via dialogue, but... Oh, God. There's so much evidence, dude.
Hey, that's an official Steel Samurai weapon. Huh? What? You want me to do it? Oh, you have no idea how many fans ask that of me.
What are you prattling on about now?
Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. How's that? I bet it sent shivers up your spine.
I let myself get caught up in being a spectator. How could I have failed myself?
Hey, that's an official Steel Samurai weapon.
Oh, it's the exact same thing again. Great, thank you so much.
Oh, hey, it's the Steel Samurai.
I want you to answer this for me.
Oh, good God, dude. This is all dialogue I've heard before. Oh, I can go in the jar. That's no problem. Bing! Hi, I'm in the jar now. Raiden X Bridget team up. I do have both of those cosplays. I don't work on my Raiden cosplay, though. Okay, I'm dubious that this motherfucker can tell me anything about anything. So, bye. I'm not even allowed to get into proper dialogue with Lang, like with a talk sprite, so I can't show anything to him. So I guess I'm stuck presenting evidence to Bad?
Detective Bad, I'm wondering if you might be able to tell me something about this.
Sorry, but I don't give a hoot about things that are related to the Yatagarasu.
It looks like nothing about you has changed in these 7 years, huh?
Daughter of Von Karma, you're still just a sapling of a prosecutor, so...
I'd have you know that I've already grown into a stately tree of a prosecutor.
Is that right?
Is he just toying with Francisca? Seems to be enjoying this quite a bit.
No, dude, I have so much fucking evidence. He said he only wants to talk about things related to the Yatagarasu. Will you talk about the statue? Okay, he won't talk about the statue. The Yatagarasu's key, remember that? That's related to the Yatagarasu.
Detective Bad, this is something you absolutely need to see.
What is that doing here? I've been looking for that for 7 long years. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine this turn of events. Without a doubt, this means that she is involved. That you, woman.
Do you have dialogue about her? No, you don't. Alright. I wonder if you might take a look at this, Detective Bad.
Yeah, I heard. Cochin's dead. What a waste.
He's staring at his mirror with his eyes unfocused and his jaw clenched tight. Okay, he doesn't care about the knife handle. I didn't think he would, but I thought I'd try it anyway. What else is related to the Yatagarasu? The counterfeit bills?
Detective Bad, if you could please take a look at this for me.
I see. The truth that lies beyond this piece of evidence is not going to be fun. Are you ready to take it on?
Of course I am.
I don't know how close to the truth you are, but there are only a few things I can say. So listen up and listen well. Don't ever lose your detective spirit.
That would be a good piece of advice if I was a detective.
Damask 2's note, maybe? He doesn't even want to talk about the murder weapon.
So, he clutched this note as he went about his business. It was a poor excuse for a criminal, on top of which he was only following in someone else's footsteps with a small fry. I've been a detective for a long time. I can see straight through these people.
He really has a different air about him. Now, if only Gumshoe could understand that and be more like Detective Bad.
Okay, that's all the fucking evidence I had for you, man. Maybe the other statue? No, not even the other statue. But the only two characters I have to talk to here are Bad and Larry. So I'm either missing something from around the room, or there's a piece of evidence that I can show one of them that I haven't yet. An unintuitive piece of evidence that they nevertheless have dialogue on. No, didn't I show Larry everything already? Maybe not. I think I crapped out at the second page. Why is he saying all this shit about the Pink Princess again? Didn't he say that every fucking time I approach him? Okay, he doesn't know about the knife handle. I think I might have already done the knife handle. Oh god, that takes so long. That takes so long! Bobbly's ink. Oh, actually, Bad might know about the ink, because he knew about the bills. Hang on. I'm gonna try that. Also, Larry might react to the pile of bills, because he's poor.
Detective Bad, if you could please take a look at this for me.
I see. The truth that lies beyond this piece of evidence is some shit I already fucking said, but I'm gonna make you read it again anyway.
Come on, man. I showed him this. I showed him the document, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Cochin's dead. What a waste. I showed him the money and the ink. I hadn't shown him the spear. Knife handle? No. Also not. I showed him the note that the thief was carrying. But he doesn't have any reaction to either statue. Doesn't have anything to say about the picture where Larry's meeting Quercus Alba. How old is Quercus Alba? I'm gonna check the court record in a second. Oh, that's sad. Oh, he was 29. He looks like a kid. He's 60 now. And Quercus is 72. Okay, cool. So you don't want to talk about the passion flowers? And you don't want to talk about the sword? He doesn't want to talk about the sword. Okay. So there must be some evidence. Really, it seemed like he would have talked to me about Callisto when he said Callisto must be involved, but he doesn't seem to want to. And it really doesn't seem like there's anything else left in the room that I can interact with. So there must be something else I can present to Larry, which of course I was reluctant to learn because presenting shit to him takes so long. What do you think about these counterfeit bills? Okay, he doesn't know about the counterfeit bills. Oh man, dude. That's a very long animation to learn that he doesn't know anything about a piece of evidence. Already did the spear and sword. Already did both of those. He doesn't want to talk about the Primaduck statue. I'm pretty sure I already did the photo of him with Quirkus. Quirkus White Boy. Oh, and his last name means white. Wow, that works really well, actually. He's just doing the fucking same thing again, dude. Okay, he doesn't know about the passion flowers. He could have, like, picked a flower for his crush or something. We are getting into look up a walkthrough territory here. Okay, we're in look up a walkthrough territory. Oh, regular zebra, that'd be mighty kind of you. Like, I talked to Lang. It could have been that, like, after I got everybody's testimony, I could have talked to Lang and he would have said something else, but that's not happening. Last case, yes? That's right. I can't deduce anything because I don't have any other thoughts than that one. I really feel like I've shown Larry everything that I can show him, and bad everything that I can show him. I'm looking around this room, but there's a red check mark on everything, which would seem to suggest, I think it's after the first surf point. They didn't give me anything for the unused fireplace. No. Yeah, we interacted with it. They didn't give me anything. Which you might hope, because of the one thought I have being about Larry going down the chimney. Like, this is checked off. They wouldn't put a red check on it if there was something more for me to do here. Is there, like, a contradiction I can point out on one of these things that you... Yes.
There's clearly a contradiction here.
Yes, I believe you're right. Clearly, it's right there in your logic.
Oh, apparently I was mistaken.
Is it something to do with the knives? Do you want me to present the murder weapon here? No. Yes, Arbeat, I would love the answer. Thank you. It seems a touch opaque. Is it a specific knife? Present the steel samurai pick to the statue. Oh, is it different in the photo? I thought it was just saying that they look similar. Does it look different in the photo? Holy shit. It doesn't look different in the photo? Right hand on top, crested helmet, shield. Right hand on top, crested helmet, shield. Okay. It doesn't really look like it looks any different.
Eureka! Look at this photo and tell me what you find odd about this scene.
Oh, it's rotated. It's rotated 90 degrees. That's very tricksy. Tell me what you find odd about this scene, Ms. Von Karma. The apparent joy on the ambassador's face as he shakes that top-knot's hand. I'm gonna come out of the jar now. Wah! That's not it! I was trying to point out that the statue in the photo was facing a different way. You're right. This statue is a national treasure. As such, only an ambassador or a secretariat-level person is allowed to handle it. The fact that the statue is facing one way in this photo, and now it's facing a different direction in this preserved crime scene, is proof that someone touched the statue around the time of the crime. Alabast's Prividuct statue data updated in my organizer. I guess that about wraps up my investigation. That's...
Yo, Pink Princess! How you feeling? Still feeling ill?
And yet another strange character comes out of the woodwork. That's every Phoenix Wright game, non-stop. And so the Pink Princess also comes to pay the Alabastian Embassy a visit. I should point out, as per Stream Element's last message, if anybody watching isn't aware, we have a system here called Test Custom, where when you give me money, you can have the value of that money put towards my streaming a specific game of your choice. For example, I recently streamed Judaro, which Rbeat funded. I believe I may need to speak with her as well. It's not Wendy, is it? Ms. Pink Princess, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Ms. Pink Princess, if you would please answer... Me!
This must be what they call fate.
How could this happen 2 days in a row?
Nice, Regular Zebra. Thank you for spoiling girl when you have girl spoiling money.
What the? Aren't you Miss Oldbag?
Why are you so surprised?
Ah, so you're the one they got to play the Steel Samurai. It's too bad I didn't realize that until now.
You are acquaintances with Larry?
Why, yes, we worked at the same company for a little while, you know. That's why it's okay, my edgy poo. You don't need to be jealous.
No!
I was in the next room, you know, trying to get in some beauty sleep. But it was so noisy here that I couldn't fall asleep, so I came over to complain. So imagine my shock when I saw my precious edgy poo waiting here for me. I mean, who could have imagined that you would ever come to a show like this? I guess I've misjudged you, edgy poo.
You misjudged him?
I thought he was trying to avoid me, you know.
That was no misjudgment on your part. That's precisely what I was trying to do.
But it looks like the winds have shifted and he's now willing to be chased after. I'm simply overwhelmed. Don't you worry, edgy poo. I'll chase you forever to the ends of the earth.
Isn't that just peachy? This is one of those rare times when Francisca and I actually see eye to eye. Wendy Oldbag Chaser confirmed. Why does she have a rapier?
Now then, what are you doing here? I thought you were working at Gatewaterland as the Pink Badger.
What are you talking about? That was ages ago.
That was yesterday!
Look, I worked at Global Studios before, a long time ago, right? Well, they called me up this morning, kind of out of the blue, actually.
They called you?
Apparently, the girl who plays the Pink Princess collapsed from a bad cold. It happened so suddenly that they called me in to be her last-minute replacement.
Do they not have enough people on staff at that studio?
I really couldn't say no, so here I am, playing the role of the heroine. Instead of that Mindy girl, I mean. But the poor girl, I feel bad for her. Because they let me stand in for her. She's gonna have a terrible time when she returns. I mean, I'm next thing that great at reading lines was to be a stand at the last second, so I threw that ragdoll to the shirt, and the audience was in an uproar. But it's the Vanguard actress, because I tell you, they're really just a bunch of simpletons.
Yo, that's a ganky old lady.
So basically, you received the stand-in request this morning, correct?
You got it. If you need to see it, I've got it right here. Look.
It appears that she is telling the truth. Stand-in request data jotted down in my organizer. They're doing the fist clench, classic Von Karma fist clench.
I tell you, my fine acting moved the entire audience to tears.
Wow, you can't even examine this evidence any closer. What a ripoff.
Yes, tears of laughter, as I recall.
But being famous has its problems too, you know. Here, take a look at this. It's a letter from a stalker.
Wendy, It's actually Mindy. That's fun. That's really fun. They chose Larry's crush's name so that it could be a misspelling of Mindy. That's great. I was just taking my break when I found this stuck under the door to my room. Honestly, you really have to watch out for these kinds of things. Look at what it says. Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving knight. Huh, how absolutely revolting. I mean, you'd think you could get my name right. There's no accent in my name.
Wendy. Wait, this horrible handwriting. Where have I seen this before?
But now that you're here, Edgy Poo, I feel 100% safe.
Where do I factor into this?
You'd bust that evil stalker man for my sake, wouldn't you, Edgy Poo?
Well, if you allow me the liberty to handle this in my own way, I'll gladly dispatch a detective to your house later.
Oh, come on, Edgy Poo. Stop being so dismissive and playing hard to get.
If MK were here, I would say, why are you so cold and indifferent? Letter from a stalker data, jotted down in my organizer. Time of the murder.
What were you doing at the time of the crime?
What crime? What? After the show was over, I've had nothing but free time on my hands, so I used the fireplace in the room next door to keep my bad hip warm.
Oh God, did she start the fire?
Well, a murder occurred in the room right next to yours. Is that right? Oh, Edgy Poo, I'm so scared. Hold me, caress me.
If you could please not cling on to my person.
In any case, I take it then that you failed to show up at Ambassador Alba's speech.
Oh, that? No, I didn't go. I mean, I may have the heart of a young tender maiden, but my body just refuses to cooperate at times. As soon as the show ended, my hips started acting up and got stiff. I couldn't move at all.
Can you provide proof of your condition?
Oh, you just go on ahead and ask the doctors in the infirmary. They're the ones who carried me from the theater all the way to this embassy.
I have to admit, the thought of her not being able to leave that room is rather pleasant.
Fucked up, Edgeworth. Is that... What's the dog's name? Bullet? Rocket?
Prosecutor Von Karma, I brought the police dog as you requested, sir.
Good work. You may leave now, officer.
It's a dog.
I requested the assistance of a dog in our search for the Yatagarasu.
Looks like you guys have some pretty bright dogs in this country, too. Hey, you're a real cutie, aren't you? Yeah, that's a good boy.
That's the police dog Gumshoe's been taken care of. I think its name is Missile.
Okay, wrong projectile. What a fitting name for a police dog that dashes out in front and attacks.
That action alone isn't exactly what's going to solve the case for us, you know.
Now, Missile, I want you to find some clues. Go! Oh, it's just like Mario Odyssey. That's the name of the dog from Ghost Trick 2. I didn't know that. Good dog. You really are bright, aren't you? Unlike a certain someone I know. Hang on, I'm gonna check how late a certain restaurant is open because I might want to go there after stream. I'm hungry. I'm hankering. Now, what do we have here? Closes 2 a.m. That's what I like to fucking see. Okay. What is this? It looks like a small hot dog, but...
Wait, Francisca, isn't that an official samurai dog?
Oh, he wants it. No, bad Missile! He ate it. I wonder if it's alright for him to eat that.
It's just a meat substance snack featuring the still samurai. I'm sure he'll be fine.
Thank you, Standard Hunter. I shall have a treat. I didn't know that place was open that late. Maybe I'll sit at the bar and look cute and somebody will talk to me. That's quite a bit of information you guys would say at a single quick glance.
We should really be focusing on why there's a samurai dog there in the first place.
It looked like that snack wasn't all Missile found.
Weird shirt. Oh, and what do we have here?
It appears to be a lady's undershirt. I wonder if Ambassador Alba might have an interest in cross-dressing.
I somehow doubt that. Doesn't look like the shirt would even fit him. A samurai dog and a lady's undershirt. What are these two items doing in a room like this? Given the circumstances, the lady's undershirt could only belong to one person. I suppose I should get this over with and ask the owner of said undershirt about it.
How did they miss a shirt and a hot dog in an unused fireplace? Great question, Bram. There's only numeral 1 person here who would own such a shirt. Oh shit, regular zebra. Also, thank you, Stream Elements, for reminding the viewer, if you like my stream, you could give me money and I'd be very grateful. Thank you so much. How am I, whose money am I gonna spend at the bar tonight, viewer? If not yours. Wow! It was a much bigger help than I thought it would be.
Yes. However, there are a few aspects I don't understand about what he found.
In that case, you should keep on investigating until you do understand.
Now, my subordinates, continue with the investigation. All right, I will. You don't want to invest with the Vanguard Alliance Group? It is with great dread that I proceed and do what I must to solve the case. Today is a day to do what has to be done by me and defeat the enemy. If you could please take a look at this brown-colored undershirt. It's more of a coral, Edgy.
Oh, Edgy Poo, what is the meaning of this? Why did you steal that thing from my bags? All you had to do was ask, and I would have gladly given you as many as you'd like.
Thanks, but no thanks. The shirt was found here at this crime scene.
What?
Come now, why don't you just confess and explain what it's doing here?
I know nothing. Nothing, I tell you. What? Oh, I admit that I used the fireplace to dry that shirt. But I can't really help the fact that I had to, you know. Wearing that pink princess costume was like being in a sauna. And on top of that, I get fingered as a suspect. You're too cruel, Edgy Poo.
Standard Hunter, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Are you claiming that you never once set foot inside this room?
Of course I am. If I had been the one to find the body, do you think I'd be as calm and relaxed as I am? I tell you, it's always like this. It's a tabloid article, missing cameras on medicine, lawyers, things I'm because they're missing. When do we get married? I said, I guess I'm stuck marrying you. What kind of way is that? What he should have done is when I can't deserve you, but I can't help it. Will you marry me? Honestly, men these days.
What he should have done is that he should have whispered into my ear, I don't deserve you, but I can't help it. Will you marry me? Honestly, men these days. Last night, I dreamed a set of wedding vows for myself, but they're pretty subby, so I don't know if I would actually use them at an actual wedding.
Oh, well, I don't believe she's lying about her actions, so I can safely assume she was drying her shirt by the fireplace on her break. Somehow, the undershirt managed to move from the next room into this one.
The undershirt was found in the office fireplace, but how did it get there? How did I get here?
I assume the samurai dog was also yours?
Ah, that brilliant mind of yours. You really can see through everything about me.
And so the feeling of dread continues. I suppose I should ask for more details.
Can I connect any concepts yet?
Swing! There's no trace of this room's fireplace being used. And your point is? Smoke was supposedly pouring out of the chimney connected to this fireplace, at least according to Larry. This is a contradiction of facts, is it not?
Are you sure he wasn't just disoriented or something up on that roof?
There's a testimony from an investigator that puts Larry at this particular chimney. So no, I don't think it was a mistaken impression on Larry's part. On the other hand, the fireplace in the next room was being used at the time.
The fireplaces are connected. Wedding vows. Have it your own way. Have it your way. Eat fresh. Create your own. Toasted or not. Instead of a wedding ring, Tessa will wear a wedding collar. It's a beautiful thought, Practical Aviation Cat.
Where do you suppose the smoke from that fireplace went?
I see. So what you're proposing is this. The smoke that came out of the chimney was actually from Miss Oldbag's fire. So basically, the fireplaces of neighboring rooms share one chimney. Is that what you're implying? Yes.
Precisely. Undershirt from next door, shared chimney. The lady's undershirt that Missile found. Ow! Why are you getting all excited over holding onto a lady's undergarment? It's hardly risque, Franzi. Look at it. Miles Edgevass, you uncouth sea slug. Uncouth emote in chat. They've used that word a lot in this game. If you know the owner of said undershirts, then hurry up and return it to her already. You have it all wrong. This is evidence. And the owner of this piece of evidence was in the room next door. And yet, despite that, Missile found it in the fireplace of this room. This lady's undershirt. Are you seriously claiming that it somehow passed through a solid brick wall? Wow. Not quite. The fireplace in this room is connected to a chimney. The other fireplace in the other room is also connected to the same chimney, leading us to the possibility that the two fireplaces are connected to each other. Perhaps a closer look at the backs of the fireplace is in order. There's an X on the back wall of the fireplace. Let's see if I can't get a better look at it. Oh, what in the... The wall separating this room's fireplace from the next room's fireplace apparently turns. As I suspected, this fireplace does indeed connect this room to the neighboring room. The neighboring room? There appears to be nothing particular about the next room. But the fact that there's nothing special about the next room isn't what's important. It's the fact that there is a secret passageway through the room's fireplace. Wing! The culprit swapped the decor at each room to swap embassies to cover their crime. I don't think the next room is in the different embassy, Bremy. I think that both rooms are on the Allegheny, what is it? Allagash, what is it? Alabast side of the embassy. We now know that the fireplace connects the two rooms. But how exactly is that significant? You aren't going to suddenly name the old lady as the Mask the Second's killer now, are you? No, she couldn't move at all because of her stiff hip. So she could not have been the one. Unfortunately, I believe that this fireplace has nothing whatsoever to do with Damask II's murder. Well, great. I'm glad I spent all that fucking time thinking about it. Hey, Missile. Samurai dogs. That samurai dog was yours, wasn't it? Oh, of course! I'm forever yours. You're my edgy wedgy poo. Hold it! If you could just stick to what I asked you. Edgy, are you in Ms. Oldbag? No! You really don't change, do you? When will you learn how to take a joke? Anyway, that samurai dog wasn't mine. Those things are a present from the studio to the embassy. A present? Studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all into the pushcart just to move them all. The studio guys should have delivered those things by themselves, right, Edgy? So, did you deliver the samurai dogs to the embassy staff as per your instructions? Hey, Edgy, don't just ignore me and my question. Aren't you gonna stick up for me? Oh, about that. See, after the show, I went to rest a spell in the dressing room. Because of my bad hip, you know. And there they were. The samurai dogs were just sitting on the dressing room floor. I suppose you'll have to make preparations for distributing them after the show. Well, if by preparation you mean sampling them as well. Excuse me? Oh, I tried one and thought they were actually quite good. Sorry, but I just had to find out. I know it was silly of me to think this, but I figured that since they're for a kids show, their taste was probably for kids too. But they were so good that I couldn't stop. Before I went back to my room, I just had to help myself to half a dozen or so boxes. As I sat there by the roaring fire, warming them and eating them, I thought, this is... What is it now? Oh, I know. I bet you want a box too, don't you, my edgy poo? Hi, Ellen. Well, who am I to say no to you? But I'll only give you one. The rest are all for me. Present for embassy staff. Ms. Oldbag took and ate a few from the dressing room. Samurai dogs forced onto me is fun. Looks like the lesson for today is that when the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess take off their masks, they transform into a pair of annoying troublemakers. All that side charactering works up an appetite, I'll have you know. It would appear that the answer has made itself known.
You're making quite a confident face there, Mr. Prosecutor. Bring it on. I'm ready to counter any argument you may have.
Very well then. If you are prepared, I'll show you exactly where my deductions have led me.
Good, I'm counting on you, Edgy.
Leave it to me, Larry.
That's right, Ellen.
My first attack will be to expose your lie for what it really is.
My lie?
I know that there is still something you're keeping from the rest of us.
What's wrong with you? Why is it you won't believe me no matter what I say, Edgy? Curse you! I should just hurry up and die already if that's how it's gonna be. I'll confess to every murder in the whole world and then kill myself. I'm really gonna do it, Edgy. Is that what you want? And throw everything into mass confusion.
You made some wonderful friends as a child, I see. Larry, I have only one thing to say to you.
Even if you make that face at me, it's no use. A man who's ready to die is strong-willed, you know.
Larry, it doesn't matter what sort of harebrained trouble you've caused. I only ask that you do not lie to me. If you cause an innocent person to be judged unfairly because of some insipid lie, I will never forgive you.
Edgy?
Although, allow me to say that I consider you to be among the innocent in this case, and that I will draw the real killer out. You can trust me on this.
All right, this time, I'll tell you the whole truth, okay? What happened, what didn't happen, the works.
Talk Larry butts down off the ledge minigame. Just what happened will do. Now then, if you would please testify as to what you did up on the roof tonight.
Aw, his sprite.
Up on the rooftop, Larry, pause. After the show, I left the pushcart in the rose garden and came into the embassy. Then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. After that, and until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. That's when I spotted the chimney. Chimney like that is a rare thing, you know. So then I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a try.
Larry, that fucking Quercus albatri is so scary in the background.
Larry, I thought I just finished telling you not to lie anymore.
But it's kinda ultra embarrassing.
And what exactly is so ultra embarrassing that you can't tell me?
Edgy, man, I just said it was embarrassing, so of course I can't just blurt it out. So you're just gonna have to reason it out of me!
Assessor Superior, I command you to hurry up and expose this man's lie.
I have every intention to, for I'm not about to let us waste time on such a trifling matter.
Alright, what evidence do I have? Samurai dogs. Lady's undershirt. Bum, 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 bum. I don't know that I have any evidence of anything right now. Free time, so I wandered around.
Larry, I want you to listen very carefully and take this to heart. The whole point of your life is to cause misery and pain to everyone you encounter.
I know! I get it! I'm totally the bad guy again.
I thought you were his friend. Don't you think that was a bit harsh? Lang Zi says, true friends are bosom friends. If you're in trouble, call on your bosom friend, whose shoulder you can truly cry on.
Hey, bosom buddy! Hope you're listening carefully to my testimony.
Has it crossed your pea-sized brain yet that Agent Lang is only out to arrest you, Larry? Now then, you were wandering around inside the embassy, and then what happened?
Hold it! Spotted the chimney.
I should hardly think that chimneys are that rare.
Acclaimed, especially since they're a traditional feature of American houses. American houses?
Plus, many grand buildings have even larger and fancier chimneys.
Yeah, but the kind of chimney I'm talking about is the really romantic type.
A romantic chimney?
It might sound kind of silly, but women seem to really enjoy them. And I just had a good feeling about that chimney. So then I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a try.
He fucks chimneys.
You suddenly wanted to play Santa?
Oh, well, actually, I dressed up as Santa once before already. That was down at Gourd Lake.
I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't dredge up such unnecessary memories for me.
Sounds like you guys share a lot of history. A perk to being childhood friends, huh? Besides, it's not a felony to dress up and play Santa, you know. Santa doesn't go around killing people after he comes down a family's chimney, after all.
He doesn't Futurama. Actually, is it worth delving into whether or not playing Santa is a big deal? Actually, I believe in the case of this man, playing Santa is actually quite a big deal.
Are you saying that your buddy isn't exactly made of Santa-quality stuff?
Precisely. You hit the nail on the head, Agent Lang.
Hey, Edgy, that's so incredibly mean!
Tell me something, Larry. Did you know that Santa's job is to deliver presents to people all over the world?
Of course I know that. I did graduate from junior high, you know.
In that case, it's your turn to tell me something. I want you to tell me to whom you are delivering a present. Almost. Fine. What's that erroneous additional to doing at the end of the sentence, video game?
I was, delivering a present to a child not basking in the warm glow of love.
That must be the most elegant description of you I've ever heard, but a lie is still a lie.
You sure know how to kick a guy when he's down, you know that?
In any case, the person you wish to deliver a present unto is most certainly this.
Take that!
Interesting taste you have there, Mr. Suspect.
Don't spread lies about me! I totally didn't want to see Ms. Oldbeck so much that I'd try to go down a chimney! Ow!
I advise you to stop right there, you're bashing of a lady. Well, I must admit that I myself hardly ever have the want to run into that lady. However, what if you were misinformed and under the wrong impression? Then what?
Define wrong impression.
I simply mean that the man before you thought to enter the old lady's room without knowing one very important fact. And that fact is best summed up with this. His letter, I guess? Doesn't really sum it up.
Take that!
Larry, I'd like for you to take a look at this piece of evidence.
No way! But it's not really all that important, is it? It's always like this. You're acting so high and mighty and then you bully me. That's why I refuse to look at it.
Be quiet and just take a look.
Well, if you say so, Francie. But only because you say so.
Some people never change.
So what's up with that anyway?
Why, it's proof that you never even knew existed, of course.
Oh, is that all? Well, I don't need it right now, so I'll just give it back to you.
What?
I've got you on the ropes now, don't I?
Is that piece of evidence unrelated to the question at hand? Apparently. What is summed up by that? Or with that? Didn't know one very important fact, which is that the Steel Samurai was her and not Mindy. But what the fuck evidence would I present to demonstrate that? Oh, I'm an idiot. I forgot I had this.
Take that!
This is something the old lady received from her employer for the night. The girl who normally plays the Pink Princess. Mindy, was it again? It seems that this man is quite taken with that actress.
But that's not true, Edgy! She's the one with the hots for me! I just know it! I can feel her sexy beam piercing my heart when she's watching me. Sexy beam, I tell you!
You filthy, despicable, inconsiderate, fickle, idiotic, cowardly apparition of a man. You haven't matured at all since we last met. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor.
This guy, he's got bigger problems than just getting involved in murders, I take it.
I suppose you could put it that way.
Hey, what the heck, man? Why do you all have to make me out to be some sort of bad guy?
Regular Zebra, I have no idea what voice you're talking about. To return to the original topic, I propose that at least... Oh, Lang, right,
You freaked out after about a bad business and killed everyone in the store.
To return to the original topic, I propose that at least this much has been made clear. Without any knowledge that Ms. Mindy had fallen ill, Larry tried to make his way into the Pink Princess's room. That much we know for sure.
Hold it! Hey, Edgy, looks like I've got the hang of this court thing now.
But we're not in court at the moment.
Shut up! I see what's going on here, and it looks just like what you do in court.
That's so cool. Because the chimneys on either side of that wall on every floor, or the fireplaces on either side of that wall on every floor all share the one chimney. Meaning that the higher up fireplaces have a pit down the back to allow smoke to rise up from the single flue, right? To rise up from the lower fireplaces up to the top. And that's the pit that Chihiro falls down in Spirited Away in Yubaba's office.
I guess old boy here still has something he'd like to say. Lang Zi says, until the root of the tongue dries, one never knows the whole truth. You shouldn't form conclusions until everything is out in the open, which is why I'll listen.
All right, get ready to listen to me defeat Edgy at a battle of wits.
Larry, have you forgotten that should I lose, your victory prize will be your arrest? Larry's always like this.
So you think that all I wanted to do was go visit Mindy? Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up to the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for the speech. Then to top it all off, I became a suspect in a murder. That's what you really meant. Why would I ever put myself through so much humiliation on purpose?
He's not Lang Zi. Lang Zi is his ancestor. Ellipsis.
Hey, someone say something!
Larry, are you seriously trying to submit this not as a confession, but as testimony?
So what if I am? Is there something wrong with that? My claim is a claim claiming my claim. Do you have a problem with that?
So it was you! You're my stalker. But I should warn you, it doesn't matter what kind of flattery you throw at me. I'm the devoted type of woman who's wholly focused on one man and one man only. And as long as Edgy Poo's alive, I just can't drop him and be unfaithful. Though I can, although earlier I was tempted just a teeny weeny bit of love for my poor Edgy Poo. To stay completely true to my beloved Edgy Poo.
I'm so inspired!
What did she say? She was tempted a tiny whiny bit by that wolf man.
You're such an inconsiderate, cowardly, idiotic, and all-around completely worthless man.
I thought I heard something ominous just now, but perhaps it was just my imagination. I believe there is nothing further for me to prove at this point.
What do you mean? Of course you've still got something to prove. You still have to show some proof. I was trying to meet up with Mindy.
Proof, you say?
Remember, Edgy? Everything is evidence in court, right?
You mean evidence is everything in court, Larry, but I understand your point.
Yeah, see, I'm totally a pro at this now.
Very well. If you wish to see the evidence, then let me show you the last piece of evidence you'll ever wish to see. Larry's assertion. Why would I ever put myself through so much humiliation on purpose?
Objection!
Huh. Larry, don't even think about denying that you have knowledge of this letter.
Hey, what are you showing me that for?
Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving knight. Well, isn't that just romantic? But you weren't able to descend on her from above, were you, Mr. Loving Knight?
No! I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't remember a thing.
Objection!
You can pretend to be ignorant all you'd like, but it's written right here. This letter proves that you were not out to meet the old lady, but rather that you were attempting to pay Ms. Mindy a visit. What part of this letter shows that the person
Take that!
Larry, I suggest you take up penmanship lessons. That is, if you never wish to experience this level of embarrassment ever again.
What the heck? What are you talking about? Speak English!
You wrote Mindy so sloppily that it became Wendy to the average eye.
Hey, stop picking on me. It's so embarrassing!
There. Isn't that what childhood friends are for? They're the best, aren't they? For punching. But that will have to wait until we're off of this crime scene.
Why do you want to punch? Do you have a childhood friend you want to punch? R-beat, probably a kanji looked similar.
Edgy, save me from the scary man!
Sure, if you're willing to make amends, starting with your incredibly embarrassing mistake. You'll recall, Arbeat, part of the evidence in the last case of the third game was a note that got torn up, or burnt rather, so that Pearl could only read part of it. What were Wendy and Mindy? Well, Arbeat, I can tell you that. Well, I can tell you what Wendy's name is. I don't know what Mindy's name is. I might be able to find the note, but that would just give me the kanji in Larry's handwriting, which wouldn't be especially useful. Oh man, I'm zoomed so far in. Okay, so Old Bag's name. She should be here somewhere. Here she is. She has a French name? Oh, no, that's from the French version of the game. You know, that makes a lot of sense.
That wasn't me!
Come again? Sorry, I have to go through this until music starts.
It's a fake! Someone's out to get me, so they made that fake letter. To set me up!
Accept your defeat graciously.
But you guys are being so mean.
Penmanship analysis.
What's that?
No matter who, all people have certain unique features to their handwriting. Okay, so her name is Kaoru. I don't know what Mindy's name was in Japanese. I don't know if it's gonna say it. No. It doesn't give you any indication of it, at least on her page. No matter who, all people have certain unique features to their handwriting. Ergo, all we have to do is compare the handwriting in this letter to a sample of yours, and we'll know soon enough who it was that sent this letter.
I'll never write another thing in my life!
It's no use, Mr. Loving Knight, for you've already graciously provided me with a sample of your handwriting.
Take that!
Oh, wow, the, M's are the same. Look. It's the same W-looking M on Mr. Edgeworth. That's fun. Married man of... Oh, they give you a lot of M's. That's why. This autograph in our mysterious letter. If we compare the handwriting, we'll know the answer to our questions soon enough.
No!
Confess now, Larry, to your miserable failure.
I'm sorry! I did it. It was me causing trouble again.
Let me see. Ace Attorney Investigations, Wendy, Mindy, Japanese. Maybe there's a game facts board about it. I found her page on the Ace Attorney fandom wiki, and I'm finding shit about Mindy, but there's no link to her own page, and there's no explanation for what her name was in Japanese. Damn, dude.
I admit it. You hit the nail right on the head, Edgy.
So, he finally confesses.
I saw the pink princess being carried around in a stretcher and got worried, alright? I wanted to go into Mindy's room, but the doctors wouldn't let me in. So what choice did I have? It was the chimney or bust, Edgy.
Your mind jumped from the door to the chimney? What a criminally overactive imagination.
Well, at least I was honest and wrote Mindy a letter and stuck it under the door. That way, she wouldn't be so shocked when I came down through the chimney.
Except for the fact that the letter was an utter failure at conveying said sentiment.
I'm really, really sorry.
Larry, you may be a shameful, good-for-nothing blight on the face of humanity. However, I always knew you weren't the killer. I told you to trust me, because at the very least, I can attest to that about you.
Edgy, you're... Ow!
We've lost a lot of valuable time because of you.
Ow!
In any case, I believe we can say that we now know exactly what happened. Mr. Larry Butch sought to climb down the chimney, not for access to the crime scene, but to enter the room of the elderly lady next door. Yes, an edgelord? Great job, Mr. Prosecutor. Although I still find it a bit unbelievable that the two of you are friends. Oh, okay. Hi, an edgelord. But the suspicion on that guy over there isn't completely resolved yet, so don't get any funny ideas about running off, okay?
Ow! Hey, what? Edgy, what does the Wolfman mean when he says I'm not off the hook yet?
He means the murder weapon. Larry, did you forget?
There are 2 layers of suspicion hanging over your head.
That's exactly what I mean. We can't only rely on the words of the suspect, after all. We may have figured out where he was and what he was doing all night, but the blood-stained samurai sword that was left at the crime scene. As long as there's no satisfactory explanation for that, Miss Wolf will refuse to ease up on his bite. I'm a wolf guy, that's my thing.
Also, thank you, Stream Elements. It's true. Gentle viewer, lovely viewer, kind viewer. If you enjoy my streams and you want me to be able to eat and you don't want the IRS to take my thumbs, please consider giving me money. It would mean so much to me.
Edgy, that guy, he looks like he's seriously about to take a bite out of me.
I'm well aware, and you should be as well, that this upcoming battle will be crucial.
Thanks to the cooperation of our lovely Bumbler, I've been dealt a very nice hand and a sweet trump card. Looks like we're about to enter the final bout. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, let's see what you've got.
I can easily point out the contradiction in the supposed murder weapon.
If you ever end up in court against Wolf Guy, just hold up a picture of the moon and the judge will eventually throw the case out to stop him howling. He would never be caught dead in a court because he hates all lawyers. So I don't know how he's useful as a police officer if he can't testify.
The real problem for me is figuring out what the real murder weapon is. This will be a high-stakes gamble, but this is one game I can't afford to lose.
Why Larry?
I was the one who found the body of the victim, Damask II. Beside him was the samurai sword, glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. It was supposed to be in the Steel Samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead. Plus, I found the murder weapon's owner, the suspect, Larry Butts, in here too.
Isn't it a bit far-fetched to accuse someone simply on the basis of ownership?
But this owner wanted to sneak onto the crime scene. I think that's plenty to go on, don't you?
Hold it! If you're alluding to his reason for being by the chimney, we've already established that.
Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. You two are longtime friends, right? Who's to say you didn't fabricate the evidence to give him an alibi?
Ghost of Von Karma.
Yes, good job, Edgewass. You're forging the evidence like I taught you. Yes, thank you.
You're accusing me of fabricating evidence.
You think I can believe anything you produce? Forging evidence is all you prosecutors do.
This man has some serious issues with prosecutors.
But come on, I can't think of something as complicated as that, right, Edgy?
Larry, I can agree because I know you and your personality well. However, Agent Lang knows nothing about you, or me for that matter. I sense his hatred for my entire profession emanating from his entire being. Entirely. Meaning that the only way I can prove Larry's innocence is to present irrefutable evidence.
Why Larry?
Alright, let me look at the evidence again.
There's no blood on the tip, but do I have any evidence at all that even shows the body? Because I don't think I do.
Glittering red and offering up the scent of blood.
Hold it! Excuse me, but glittering red and offering up the scent of blood?
Do I have to spell it out for you? I mean the sight and smell of blood, of course. And according to the tests, the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. The sword was made to only be used on stage, so it's not sharp. But it is pretty weighty. It's certainly heavy enough to beat someone to death with. Which leads me to suspect that the victim was beaten to death with the sword.
Beaten to death, huh? This last statement is too important to just let slip by.
Was the samurai sword covered in the victim's blood? I suspect he beat the victim to death with that thing. Oh! I know exactly what to produce. Behold.
These stage weapons are shit!
Objection!
Do you know what this is, Agent Lang?
It's a long spear, right? We used to use those a lot in my country a long time ago. Piercing, mowing people down, spears are the weapon of heroes throughout history. You know, mowing people down, like heroes do.
It's the next most effective weapon after the whip.
I think the whip is in a slightly different category.
So what's your point? Are you gonna tell me that the spear is the real murder weapon?
No, I simply want you to take a look at this section here.
Guys, after they play one Dynasty Warriors game.
The way it's bent.
Precisely. Apparently, a certain troublemaker hit it against a wall in this embassy earlier. And as you can clearly see, the insides of the Steel Samurai's weapons are hollow. In other words, they're replicas that aren't strong enough to deliver a damaging blow, let alone the multiple strikes necessary to bludgeon someone to death. And yet, there's not even a dent in the samurai sword. How do you explain that?
Oh yeah, the sword and the spear are made of the same stuff, so they bend easy. But I wish they'd make them out of better stuff, because the spear got bent. Because the spear got bent, I wasn't able to do my special early summer rain jab move. Man, I got such an earful from the director of the play for not doing it in the show.
Steel Samurai's special move was changed tonight because of him?
Samurai Spear data updated my organizer. Because he bent it, Larry couldn't do the early summer rain jab special attack.
Ouch!
That's more than enough of your whiny vampiring. Now, back on the topic of the spear.
Yes, let's return to the real topic of discussion. This is where the real gamble begins. I don't have a real strategy per se, so all I can do for now is let the chips fall where they may.
Larry Butt's whimpering audio. Using guesswork and taking risks in place of real logic is a hard way to form calmer way. It's neither smart nor very clever.
Ms. Von Karma, as you know, unlike your father, I am not a genius prosecutor. Plus, I doubt his record of a 40-year win streak will ever be broken, because he fucking cheated!
Hang on, I got a little lipstick on this mic at some point.
But perhaps it is for the best if it remains unbroken. For no one should have conceived of the notion to convict all defendants in the first place.
What are you talking about? What was the name of the dual whip NPC that made Tess suffer on the level 1 run? Yeah, Hoslow. Juno Hoslow.
Objection!
What a foolishly foolish statement from a foolish fool who hates to lose. It's the job of a prosecutor to make sure that all defendants are found guilty in court. There's nothing more important in this world than a perfect victory.
That may be your opinion. However, I don't believe that's all we are. As a prosecutor, what I pursue is not the perfect victory, but the perfect truth. And if that means that the bridge I must cross will crumble beneath my feet, then let it crumble as I walk on towards the truth.
You're good at keeping me entertained, Mr. Prosecutor. But you know, humans are delicate creatures. The slightest bump and we expire. I'd like you to consider, if you will, the possibility that the sword was used in such a way that the attack killed Damask II without bending it. So, what do you think of my hypothetical scenario? I think you know what to do here, right? And what you need?
Of course. What I need is evidence even he can't refute. This is it. It's time to bring this to a close.
Why Larry, part 2?
It's possible to use the samurai sword to kill someone. And under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion. We searched the embassy top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon. So isn't it only natural that suspicion would fall to the owner of said weapon?
How long do you intend to cling on to that preposterous theory?
As long as I want, because we examined every corner within the walls of this embassy. There's no stone we've left unturned. We've managed to come up with only one logical conclusion. That the only place inside this embassy with the victim's blood on it is the sword.
You mean the only thing with the victim's blood on it is the sword?
You left no stone unturned? Is that a fact?
If you've got something to say, then say it in the only way I respect, Mr. Prosecutor.
Yes, of course. In that case, allow me to make it all crystal clear for you.
Why Larry, part 2? We searched the embassy top to bottom.
The only place where you could find blood was on the samurai sword?
That's right, even with Illuminol. Which means there are no other possibilities outside of what I've already outlined.
Do I have a problem with Agent Lang's assertion that the samurai sword is the weapon? I do. If you believe that there's no other door of possibility left to open, then allow me to force one open for you.
Huh. And how do you plan to do that?
By showing you what may possibly be the real murder weapon.
Ha! The real murder weapon? I hate to repeat myself, but my men have already searched every last inch of this embassy, and they've concluded that nothing else could have been used as the weapon. Knowing these facts, do you still want to press forward with your little hypothesis?
Of course. Because it's not possible. Oh my god! Because it's not possible that your men inspected everything in their investigation.
What are you talking about?
It's when I drop my voice to do the deeper voices, the men's voices like Lang and Bad and the Judge. It makes me yawn. Oh, fun, Zebra. Have a good time.
What are you talking about? I don't appreciate mind games, and I don't appreciate it when people like you slander my men.
I'm not slandering them, I assure you. I'm merely pointing out that their investigative dragnet has a few holes in it. Namely, that there is something your men couldn't even lay a finger on. And that item is the real murder weapon.
All right then, I'll play along for now.
This real weapon that killed Damask II, what exactly is it? The real murder weapon, which not a single person has yet to touch, is this. Good. The National Treasure of Alabast.
You mean the Primiduck statue?
Yes, and as you know, only the ambassador and his secretariat may touch it, which I believe means that neither you nor your men were able to examine it, correct?
You know very well that if we did that, there'd be an international incident between the Kingdom of Alabast and the Republic of Babal. The two countries' precarious relationship teeters in the balance over a stupid fight related to a sovereignty statue. But I'll be damned if I let something go unexamined.
Hold it! Agent Lang, if you could take a look at this. The direction the statue is facing just before and after the crime are different. And there's only one conclusion I can draw from that. Go look for Ambassador Alba and get him to give us the... Oh.
Go look for Ambassador Alba and get him to give us the okay to examine the statue. Shifu, you can't listen to this infidel's words! He has most definitely tried to trick you! Shifu, please, let's be rational about this! Lang Zi says. Just go already. Yes, sir!
So many kooky characters all crammed into this embassy.
Shifu. Yeah? I'm really sorry, sir, but I was unable to convince the ambassador. I was unable to obtain permission for us to examine the Primiduck statue. Huh, I see.
Wait, but then the investigation is at a standstill. Agent Lang, I will go and speak with the ambassador personally.
Save your breath. He may act all weak and frail. That old man's one tough cookie. But I guess you've got to be tough when you're representing a whole country, you know?
Agent Lang,
what do you want? Let's just hurry up and examine the statue already. What? But Shifu, what about causing an international incident? Quiet! I'll take the fall if I have to later.
Hold it! Agent Lang, the hypothesis is mine, so if someone is to take the responsibility, let it be me.
Responsibility? If we're gonna talk in such heavy terms, maybe I should let you. It'd be a real problem for my men if something were to happen to me. All right then. Less talk and more investigating.
If we want to know the truth, we can't stop here. Action must be taken. Agent Lang, I'd like to run a chemiluminescence test on that statue. God damn.
A luminol test? Ah, good thinking. If the statue is the murder weapon, then some of the victim's blood should be on it. Okay, let's get the forensics team in here. Looks like you hit the jackpot, Mr. Prosecutor. I guess this means that this is the real weapon that killed Damask II.
Indeed.
LOL Trot.
But I wouldn't celebrate yet if I were you. This doesn't let your friend off the hook. It doesn't prove that he didn't kill Damask II, so the charge remains.
We're hardly done examining this statue, Agent Lang. Knowing that it is the real weapon, I believe further examination is required.
You think so? Okay then, knock yourself out.
Upon closer inspection, he really does look a lot like the Steel Samurai.
Hey, maybe that's why they chose him to be the Goodwill Ambassador.
I actually can't discredit that hypothesis.
Or maybe the people at this embassy just really, really like the Steel Samurai.
That's absolutely preposterous.
I don't think it's that unlikely. We mustn't go around denouncing people's opinions.
And yet look at how easily you discredited mine. Not that I care why they chose him. I figured out what my Francisca accent is reminding me of. And it's... What is her fucking name? It's the lady vampire from What We Do in the Shadows.
And what do we have here? This dirty smudge. It looks like a handprint. What's a definitive bit of evidence like you doing under here?
Oh, he's lost his mind.
Looks like we've got some fingerprints to analyze.
Worst case scenario, these prints belong to Larry, but it looks like it's too late for me to do anything about that now.
Hey, forensics guy! I want results on these fingerprints ASAP, you hear me?
Agent Lang, they have the analysis results, sir.
Good. And?
Sir, about the prints we lifted from the bottom of the statue. Well, you know the victim of the murder in the Babalese embassy? The prints belong to him, to Mr. Manny Cochin, sir.
But that's... What's going on around here?
No, that's impossible. Each Primadux statue can only be handled by someone of that country. By the very fact that Mr. Cochin's fingerprints are on this one, it leads me to only one conclusion. This statue is actually Babal's Primadux statue.
Or he just came in here and bludgeoned the guy with a... Impossible! It can't be!
Yeah!
Larry never once set foot on Babalese soil, so he was free to go. However, this new piece of information only served to confuse us even further. The ringleader of a smuggling operation was killed with an Alabastian knife in Babal. And Mask II was killed on Alabastian soil with Babal's national treasure. And the mystery of the great thief Yatagarasu, who visited both countries. The pieces were there, but I had yet to see the big picture they were to form.
Because the Yatagarasu only appears in silhouette, I'm sure it's actually some innocuous piece of evidence that looks like the Yatagarasu from its shadow. Turnabout ablaze is a funny word for it, because it is not the first turnabout to have a big fire. I don't even think it's the second. March 14th, 9:21 p.m., open air stage.
I've left the Damask II investigation to Francisca and returned to Babal. I suppose my first order of business should be to look into Babal's statue.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Oh, hello! So, Kay, what's the situation?
Oh, it's great. Investigating is so much fun.
In other words, they've made absolutely no progress.
We weren't goofing off, honest, sir. We've been investigating our hearts out.
Very well then. Would you care to give me an update on your investigation?
Oh, we had a really fun time, sir.
I knew it. Zero progress. In any case, Detective Gumshoe,
Yes, sir?
you have permission to enter the Alabastian embassy, is that correct?
Yep. As a local detective, I'm helping out with investigations on both sides, sir.
Good. In that case, I can leave these pieces of evidence with you. They belong to the lady under the Pink Princess's mask.
The Pink Princess? What kind of lady was playing her, sir?
The kind that was also playing the role of the Pink Badger yesterday.
Oh! Ooh, understood, sir.
Gumshoe, I swear to Christ, if you say "oong" one more time.
If I happen to run into her, I'll give them back to her. And if I don't, then I guess I'll unload them somewhere.
He doesn't seem all that enthused to go find her, but I can't blame him. Evidence that has lost their value given to Detective Gumshoe. Now then, I don't believe I'll be needing this anymore either.
What? Are you really gonna throw that autograph away?
Yes, because that Steel Samurai was a fake, as opposed to the real Steel Samurai. I guess he wasn't the real Steel Samurai's actor. Steel Samurai's autograph scrunched up into a ball and disposed of.
Wait, what? What do you mean by fake?
Now then, I believe it's time for a little housekeeping. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Yeah, you gotta do that shit in these cases. Thank you for narrowing it down a little. It would appear that the stage is also scheduled to be renovated.
You know, I would love to perform on a stage like this. Something like the greatest great thief show.
I should think it would be a bad idea for a thief to show their face to the world. Bags full of cement powder are stacked up here. I suppose they're for the renovation.
Yeah, because I don't smell a drop of gold here, or any other treasure for that matter.
Hey, the only scent you should detect in a place like this is the smell of sweat. Is that a boy I smell?
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, that was a pretty good play on words there.
Ah, Gummy, don't randomly jump into one of our dialogues like that.
Were you eavesdropping on us, Detective Gumshoe?
I ain't been dropping no weaves, sir, honest.
Oh, ladder! A ladder.
Actually, that's a step ladder.
They're the exact same thing.
No way! From their structure up, they're totally different. But of course, from a thief's perspective, the best kind of ladder is the rope ladder. A step ladder is much too heavy to carry around after all.
And from a prosecutor's perspective, any type of ladder is guilty of being a ladder. Of being dangerous during an earthquake. Oh, okay. They didn't give me an achievement for that? Come on! I got the ladder dialogue.
Hey, do you detect the scent of treasure coming from this bush?
The scent of treasure? Not at all.
Ugh, Mr. Edgeworth, you're totally not with it.
I'm not with it? I used to be, when they changed what it was. Now what I'm with isn't it.
No, and it's important for both thieves and prosecutors to be Genki.
Perhaps for a thief like you, but that level of energy is unbecoming for a prosecutor.
You really think so? That prosecutor we met at Gatewaterland seemed to be pretty active.
Well, he's not a prosecutor anymore. See how everything just naturally balances out?
Hey, you're not going back to Alabast already, are you?
No, not yet. I still need to gather a bit more information first.
So how come so many traffic cones are red and white?
That's because they're highly visible from a great distance.
Oh, is that why? So then the reason you wear that wine red suit is for visibility's sake?
Please don't compare me to a ragged plastic traffic cone. Oh, wine red is his velvet coat, just like in the Highwayman song. We'll see if Edgeworth gets shot down like a dog on the highway.
Mr. Edgeworth!
You look like you're enjoying yourself, Detective.
Well, I don't have much else that I enjoy as much as a good investigation, sir.
So, what did you find out?
Ah, well...
I take it he has found nothing of any particular use, as usual.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth! I got something really interesting from Ambassador Paleto.
Oh, and what is this something interesting?
This, sir...
Oh, that actually is interesting.
Wow, that's so pretty. I'm so jealous. That's a real treasure there.
Why does the flame burn green, Detective?
So apparently, if you burn the special wit crystal oil that they only make in Babal, it burns this green color, sir.
Interesting. Well, it's a special property of the oil. I suppose this is a ploy to force people to visit Babal should the oil run out.
Hey, Gummy, what about these silhouettes?
They stuck some cutouts on the outside of the lantern so it would project the images.
Yep, we're already talking about shadow projection. The Yatagarasu's shadow was 100% cast by a lantern. Oh, silhouettes, huh? They are rather pretty, aren't they? Wait, what am I doing? I was supposed to be asking for an update on the investigation.
Hey, what's wrong, sir?
There's something I want you to investigate for me. Do you think you could do that much? Gives everyone in the room cancer for breathing the fumes of the green oil.
Uh-huh, you got it, sir.
Hey, that's not fair. Why is Gummy getting to do all the fun stuff?
Ah, well, that's because I'm Mr. Edgeworth's partner.
I can't believe you took advantage of the confusion and stole my role as assistant.
I expect the two of you to get along and work together like professionals on this. Why? She's a 17-year-old thief. Silhouette lantern data jotted down in my organizer. Did that add the lantern? It did add the lantern to my court record. They don't even let me examine it. What a fucking ripoff. There's a sign here warning passers-by to take precautions around this renovating site.
They're really going all out, huh? There's construction going on everywhere.
I believe Ambassador Poleno said it was to attract more tourists and visitors.
But what can they do with the new stuff they're building? Hey, what do you think they should do, Mr. Edgeworth?
How about transforming it into a courthouse?
Hey, be serious!
But I was being serious. What, for only crimes committed in the embassy?
Ah, so you're back now, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? You must be tired. Here, with these, you can eat whatever you'd like.
And these are?
Discount tickets for our cafeteria. They open tomorrow at 10 in the morning.
I appreciate the concern. However, these coupons do nothing for me right now. This open-air stage, what function does it serve exactly?
Well, normally we use it for a variety of events. It's all to attract that extra bit of attention to Babal. I heard that tonight over in the Alabastian Rose Garden, Ambassador Alba was to give a speech. And you know what? Manny told me that I really should give a speech too.
Mr. Cochin told you that?
Yes, he did. Which is why I thought I should give a speech of my own. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to.
Because of the fire the Yatagarasu started.
Exactly.
Ambassador Poleno, I'd like to ask you a bit more about the Primadux statues.
Oh, I see. Well, let me ask you this. Did you know that Alabast and Babal used to be one country called Codopia?
Yes, you seceded within my lifetime. Yes, I know that much about your history.
Well, the Primadux statue belonged to the founders of Codopia. At least, that's how the story goes. It was bequeathed unto the king of Codopia as a symbol of the country's wealth.
So it was meant as a symbol of sovereignty and the right to rule, I take it.
Yes, that's right, which is why both countries are so adamant about their claim. We hold the real statue, therefore we hold the right to rule, is the reasoning. It's pretty petty when you think about it, though, I suppose.
Why are your statues not in your countries? Why are they here? Are they on loan? Oh, right, they are. But if Alabast and Babal were to reestablish relations, wouldn't that put an end to the squabbling over the statue?
I have no reason to believe so. The Primadux statue is even more important now as a key to diplomacy.
I wonder if Ambassador Poleno knows about what has happened to the very important key to diplomacy. Perhaps I should try showing him this key and see what he has to say about it. Okay. Ambassador Poleno, if you could please take a look at this for me. The Primadux statue sitting in Alabast right now actually belongs to Babal.
So it would appear. I received a call from Ms. Von Karma about this earlier.
Then you will understand why I wish to inspect Babal's Primadux statue immediately. Because the statue currently in your country's possession.
Yes, well, I've already inspected it myself. And it is definitely Alabast's statue. I know because it's the real statue.
Then you're saying that Babal's was a replica?
I'm embarrassed to say it's true, even though I knew that someday it would be exposed. I received my orders from the leaders of Babal.
Way to fucking spill the national secret, dude, under no pressure.
And I was to negotiate with Ambassador Alba at this event. I was to negotiate with him and fix the results of the evaluation tonight. To say that we could not determine which statue was the real one.
Hold it! Why are you telling me this?
Well, because you already figured it out. Our statue is just a hollow gold shell. Even if Babal were to lose face, the reunification of the country is what's important.
Is that likely?
I'm right in thinking that, aren't I? I'm not making a mistake, right?
If you don't know yourself, then I won't pretend to know either.
I never thought that by being betrayed by my own secretary, the real symbol of wealth would be given to me. Isn't it simply ironic?
Hey, where are you going? Are you heading back to Alabast?
Yes, but before I do, I suppose I should give you a summary of what's happened.
Thank you, Stream Elements, beloved kind Stream Elements. Viewer, if you enjoy the stream and my voice acting, and you want me to have the money to go out for dinner after stream and also pay my taxes, I hope you'll consider donating to support the channel. Mwah.
Oh, I see. So there's been a murder in both countries using an object from the other country.
That's the gist of it. The ball is just as strict as Alabas in their inspection of the people and things that enter their country.
We specifically heard that they weren't, but okay.
Meaning that somehow both murder weapons were smuggled into the two countries. That's the only logical conclusion that can be drawn. Perhaps the key to the weapon smuggling is the person who traversed both countries.
You mean the fake Yatagarasu?
In one way or another, the Yatagarasu is connected. Of this I am sure. Now then, where was the Yatagarasu first spotted? I believe it was the Rose Garden on the Alabastian side of the embassy. The garden is just on the other side of this boundary. It's where Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight. At least, that's where I heard the Yatagarasu had appeared. In that case, I believe it's vital that I investigate the Rose Garden post-haste.
Wait, before you go,
Very good, an edgelord.
take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth.
What is it?
My guess is that it's a guitar pick. I picked it up just now over there. Do you think it'll be of any use?
There's a little water on it. But how did the water get on it? It doesn't look like there's anything that could get wet from around here.
I was thinking, they have concerts at this open-air stage from time to time, right?
Alright, I'll find its owner later.
Looks like a guitar pick. It's also wet for some reason.
Oh yeah, there's one more thing. Mr. Edgeworth, would you be willing to hold on to this?
I still can't examine it.
What is this?
It's Ms. Yu's perfume. It's the bottle that woman left behind that I found 7 years ago. I thought that one day it'd be of some use in tracking her down. So I kept it safe all this time.
Thank you. I'd be honored to hold on to it for you.
I mean, who's to say that she's still using the perfume? That would seem like a bad move. Shit, what did she say?
I think I'll be returning to the investigation in Alabas now, but
I know. I'll go back to Babal and do some more investigating there.
Weird that we didn't even return to the crime scene in Babal. We just went to the open air stage. March 14th, 9:58 p.m. Rose Garden. Who the fuck is saying this? Francisca? I see you're back, Miles Edgeverse. Why are you playing this triumphant music like she's reappearing after years? We were just talking to her. How are things in Babal? Also, I can't really say I expect much from Scruffy and that girl.
the investigation into Manny Cochin's death hasn't really progressed any. Instead of participating myself, I thought I'd come back in here. However, the investigation into the Yatagarasu has.
Ah, yes, Yatagarasu. Even now I find it hard to believe. A person who can freely traverse between the two countries at will? Preposterous.
Well, that's what I came here to investigate. I heard that this is where witnesses claim to have seen the Yatagarasu.
That's correct. Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight here on Alabast. And that's when the Yatagarasu appeared.
What do we think could be making that shadow? Other than Howl's moving castle. MK, she's in heels, but also she's probably not anyway. They just scale the character sprites up. Like, her 13-year-old sprite was huge compared to Gumshoe and, like, completely out of proportion.
The shadow of the mysterious thief appeared, and just as suddenly it vanished. After that, there was a fire at the Babalese embassy that the Yatagarasu started.
I vow that not a single feather from the Yatagarasu shall escape my diligence.
Rose Garden. Ooh, that's a good idea, RB. What does the Steel Samurai wear? I'll find out once my controller reconnects. Oh. I feel like Paleno's hair kind of looks like that statue. Or that shadow, rather. He's got, like, spikily, swoopy hair. I feel like that's my best bet.
There are roses scattered on the surface of the water, creating a pleasing fragrance.
It's not just for aesthetics. This pool's water is also used in putting out fires.
I see.
Oh!
The pool stopped filling itself automatically.
The fountain spouts are set to stay open until the pool's water reaches a certain level. Wasser.
If this water is used to put out fires, I suppose it must be refilled to its normal level. Which suggests that this pool was recently used somehow in this embassy, maybe to put out the huge fucking fire that just happened. I guess I'll take some notes about it just in case.
Auto refills the water when the water level is too low.
How dare you surprise me like that?
I'm sorry. Oh, hey, Edgy. Thanks for what you did back there.
Your gratitude alone is enough.
More importantly, Larry,
this pool is not for your personal enjoyment.
I know that. Do you really think I'm the type to just jump into a pool and swim around for fun?
All right then. Did you by chance fall into the pool?
Nice guess, but no dice. So you know my son, right, Edgy?
Your son?
I guess I kind of lost sight of him when I shook hands with the ambassador. And I'm pretty sure he was around here when I last saw him.
You imbecile! How could you be so flippant at a time like this? What do you want to do if your son fell into the pool? And how old is this child of yours anyway?
Huh? Oh, how old is he again?
Hold it! Larry, this is the first I've heard of a son. Who exactly is the mother?
The mother? Oh, that chick, the pink princess.
the pink princess.
Ms. Von Karma. I was a bit confused by this man's words for a bit there. However, I believe what he is looking for is the doll of the Iron Infant.
Yup, because I'm the Steel Samurai through and through, heart and soul. And the Iron Infant is my cute little son.
You have given a whole new meaning to the phrase an astounding fool. That classic idiomatic phrase.
Larry, we have not seen hide nor hair of the Iron Infant. But rest assured that if we should find him, we'll let you know. Now get out of there.
Sounds good. In that case, I'll go search over there.
My glasses keep falling down my nose like an anime character. There we go.
Hey, wait! Well, it's not as if you'll get very far swinging around in that pool. And though he's unrelated to the murders, he sure knows how to cause a lot of trouble. I suppose Ambassador Alba sat in this chair?
Ambassador Alba is very elderly. The chair was prepared for him should he have gotten tired during his speech.
In that case, why didn't he plan to make his speech sitting down in the first place?
The ambassador is also quite prideful, that's why.
You sounds like my old principal from grade school who'd speak at assemblies. Oh, this is where Ambassador Alba was to give his speech.
I want to voice Ambassador Alba. I'm mad that he hasn't showed up much yet. The stage was set up nicely. However, where was the audience supposed to sit?
Perhaps they were supposed to sit around the edge of the pool?
That's such poor planning. If there was no other place than a spot or two by the pool. They really should have made seating arrangements, like how the gallery is set up in court.
Indeed. You can sense that consideration for the viewers was taken with those.
So in the end, the speaker and his audience were to stand the whole time, huh? You'll see, Razor.
Yes, although I suspect the audience would have liked to sit down after a while. They won't let me up this podium. Sick statue, though. The statue bears a resemblance to the Primadux statue.
The plaque says, King Primador at the battlefield. In order to save the queen, King Primador put his life on the line and went to war.
So Primador was actually a person of royal blood. I thought he was simply someone imitating a character from an ancient legend.
Well, what surprises me is that the royal person who looked like the Steel Samurai existed.
I suppose there's that, too. Bushes. These are some beautiful roses here. They appear to be well maintained.
You're being too nice, Midas Edgefast. The arrangement is devoid of any design sense. Roses only truly shine when they are grouped by color, one color per location. They lose their beauty when they're all mixed together like this. Least segregationalist German. I can't tell if she's being sarcastic or not. On second thought, there's a rather serious look on her face. I better leave it be. They should really rethink the proper balance of these roses. All the people to comment on the proper balance of things. There's an overturned spotlight here. When the Yatagarasu appeared, the audience that was waiting for the speech to start panicked. I suppose that's when someone must have knocked it over. I'm having a tough time visualizing the mass confusion that took place here. I sought to use my whip to capture the Yatagarasu. However, there were people in my way, and I was unable to land even a single lash. I suppose this means that some other poor saps were hit instead. How's the investigation proceeding on your end?
Lang Zi says that's top secret.
If you're going to attempt to imitate your superior, at least do it well. I don't suppose he believes in the accidental leakage of information.
Have you finished checking out all the bystanders?
Yes, sir! And we found 14 counts of pickpocketing, 16 counts of illegal parking, and 1 person ran a light, sir.
Don't tell me you didn't find out anything related to the case.
Sir, not a single thing, sir.
Well, for now, let's just get those other lawbreakers down to the precinct.
I'm gonna have to arrest someone for running red. Agent Lang.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Prosecutor.
I would just like to thank you for your assistance earlier.
Make no mistake, it's not like I was trying to help you or anything. It's not like I like you or something.
After I left, did you receive word from Ambassador Alba?
We're to wrap up our bodyguard assignment at the end of today. Oddly enough, we received word from HQ to return home on an urgent matter. As if I can be so easily called away from this case after I've come this far. I swear that I'll find the truth and drag it out screaming into the light. You're with me on that, right, Mr. Prosecutor?
You were working as Ambassador Alba's bodyguard at the time. So naturally, you witnessed when the Yatagarasu appeared, right?
Yeah, I saw the thief all right, with my own 2 eyes.
Yeah, I don't know.
The Yatagarasu was always there, lurking in the shadows. When the spotlights were turned on for Ambassador Alba's speech, a shadow appeared.
Like, this is where I would inspect the lantern to see if it has any Yatagarasu-shaped decals, but they won't let me rotate it.
That's when cries of, "It's the Yatagarasu!" rang out. The next second, the spotlight went out, and by the time we got the area lit again, the deft thief had vanished. When we investigated afterwards, we found that the reason the lights went out was because someone had unplugged the extension cord for all the outdoor electronics.
I have not played Final Fantasy. I played the very beginning of 7. I played the very beginning of 8. 8 is the one with Tidus, right? Where he goes, ah, 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 ah. Where's that 10? Is that 10? I think that's 10, actually. Okay. I played that up until the squid fight, and it took me a really long time to get to the squid fight, and then the squid one-shot my party, and I hadn't saved since the beginning of the game. So then I didn't keep playing. I played The World Ends With You. I tried to play Bravely Default, but I hated the writing.
Whether it was someone doing it on purpose.
I've seen a lot of Final Fantasy VII porn. I do consider myself well-versed on the subject, in the abstract.
Whether it was someone doing it on purpose, or simply a guest who had tripped over it, we don't know. But one thing is for certain, the Yatagarasu was here.
So you're saying that, basically, all you saw was the thief's silhouette? No accounting for taste. I know that Cloud gets force-femmed, I know that Tifa has huge tits, I know that Sephiroth redacteds Aerith. So you're saying that, basically, all you saw was the thief's silhouette?
Yes.
Objection!
If all you saw was a shadow, then it's entirely possible since the shadow belonged to someone else.
Ha, good thinking, sis. You might just be right. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one else with that same shape. Not among the staff or the audience members.
Oh my god! It's Lang! It's his head! Look at his head from the side! It's his head! That's absolutely what it is! Look, he has like wings!
My men have already done a thorough check of everyone, so I know I'm right. Thorough, I'm sorry. Tessa might be from New England, but I'm not. My men have already done a thorough check of everyone, so I know I'm right.
I hated the part when Sephiroth tricked Aerith into buying worthless land in Montana. Someone else's shadow. That sounds like a plausible hypothesis. Agent Lang, I'd like to ask your opinion on this piece of evidence.
Are you joking? You're asking for my opinion?
Our mutual goal is to search for the truth, in which case wouldn't cooperation be best?
Lang Z says, only cooperate with those you can trust. Sorry, but I'm not one to place my trust in you prosecutor scum so easily.
I'll take that as a no. Okay, well, apparently I have to present him something. Because I don't have anything else I can do here. Oh, wait, there's more over here.
Is it possible that the Yatagarasu hid in these bushes?
Of course not! They're rose bushes! You've been spending so much time with Scruffy and that girl, they're rubbing off on you. But it's alright, I'll wake you out of your stupor. Now, the next time you feel like sleep-talking, remember that I'll whip you for real.
All I tried to do was offer up a possibility, and this is what I get? A statue of a woman. I wonder if the lady is pouring water.
It says that it's a statue of the queen who spoke of love, the King Primitor. Well, Miles Edgevas, it seems that you're lousy at reading a woman's heart.
I opened my mouth about a statue, and she somehow made the leap to that. The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. I believe I've figured out its true origin.
You have? I expected no less from my subordinate. Well, let's hear what you know on the subject. What really cast the shadow of the Yatagarasu? I thought it was Agent Lang's head, but apparently it wasn't Agent Lang's head. The statue, apparently? This seems like a big leap. I was not ready for this.
Take that!
The sudden appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. Is it not possible that it was created by this statue?
Objection!
Are you playing me for a fool, Miles Edgevas? The statue bears absolutely no resemblance to the shadow of the Yatagarasu.
You're correct. However, the statue is but one part of the whole picture.
What do you mean by only one part?
What is the other part to the real form of the Yatagarasu?
Fuck. I don't know, the other statue?
Take that!
It's another statue?
The Yatagarasu's shadow is made from the shadows of these two statues.
Made? What do you mean by that?
Right now, the spotlights are all over the place. This is because they were moved when the guests were in a panicked state.
Oh.
However, if we were to restore the lights to where they were when the thief appeared...
You believe that the two shadows will create the Yatagarasu's shadow?
Precisely. Now then, watch as I reveal the true form of the Yatagarasu. First, if we set up a spotlight to cast a shadow of King Primidux in the battlefield.
Oh, I didn't realize his helmet looked like that.
The shadow of the king's statue would appear on the backdrop of the stage.
What? Why does his helmet doesn't look like that? Why does his helmet look like that?
Likewise, if we set up a light on the queen who spoke of love to Queen...
Jesus Christ.
The queen who spoke of love to King Primidux. Her silhouette would also appear on the backdrop to the stage.
Aha, so if we were to combine the two shadows... It looks nothing like the Yatagarasu's shadow! Miles Edgevas, how do you explain this grotesque shape?
calm down, Francisca. The way the light needs to be shown on the Queen's statue is wrong.
What do you mean by that?
I believe that the whole of the King's statue needs to be used for this to work. However, in the case of the Queen, I don't believe her whole shadow is needed. Rather, the person who created the shadow only used one part of her shadow.
Only one part?
Yes, and that one part alone is enough to fill in the rest of the Yatagarasu's shadow.
Why didn't you say that in the first place?
You're right. I apologize. Now, what part of... Oh,
It is Francisca. Now, what part of the Queen's statue was used to complete the Yatagarasu's shadow?
the hand. Think back to what is missing in our shadow. 5 long, thin areas, correct? Now what does that remind you of? Ah! That's right. It can only be the shadow of the Queen's left hand. Francisca, can we please adjust the spotlight's position so that it only shines on the Queen's left hand?
Alright, let's give it a try and see what we get.
It's...
Wow.
Yeah, this is exactly like the shadow I saw. The culprit must have changed the spotlight's... Oh, the culprit must have changed the spotlight's positioning beforehand.
Yeah, I know, right, RB? Couldn't they make them a little more finger-shaped?
And then pulled the plug after people saw what the culprit wanted them to see. In their panic, the guests must have moved the spotlights around, which we can assume was also a part of the culprit's plan. By the time the lights came back on, the Yatagarasu's shadow had vanished.
Which means that the shadow was a construct from the very beginning.
So you see, the Yatagarasu never did visit Alabast tonight. The only country that thief visited was Babal, though it can...
Uh-oh.
Hiccup. Okay, I think I'm okay. Though it can be assumed that the Yatagarasu had an accomplice in Alabast.
An accomplice? But who?
Uh-oh. I haven't... Shit. I haven't figured that out yet, but I assume it was the person who set up the shadow show. I sense that the biggest clue yet to solving this case is the existence of this accomplice. The biggest clue yet to solving this case, it should be, I sense that the biggest clue to solving this case yet is the accomplice.
Who is saying this? Sheena?
How's the investigation going?
Oh, it was Bad.
How's the investigation going?
Detective Bad, have you come to join us in investigating the Yatagarasu?
I've left the murder in Agent Lang's charge. And my only target from the very beginning was the Yatagarasu. So yes.
So, what have you found out?
I got a piece of evidence.
May I see it?
No. Sure, but you might regret it.
We're here because we are ready to face whatever may come. So if you please.
When people heard the commotion, bystanders started gathering. One woman claimed, "I'm telling you, I'm a genuine international journalist." She gave me an...
Fuck!
She gave me an interesting picture.
A journalist?
Well, actually, she's a freelance cameraman. This is the photo I got from her.
Bum-bum.
What in the world?
The Yatagarasu is flying through the air.
The times, they are a-changin'. It's not just man, but evidence. Even they lie to us now.
When was this photo taken?
Apparently right after the fires on the 4th and... right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. It was taken from a nearby building that you can see the embassy from.
I see. So this was taken after the fire. Photo of Yatagarasu data jotted down in my organizer.
Trot. That's asking too much, I'm afraid, but it would be great if Max Galactica was in this case.
The blur in this picture took off from the Babalese embassy, flew over the boundary, and headed for the embassy of Alabast.
Objection!
This is simply not possible. People are incapable of flight.
Is that a fact? It doesn't even look like a person, it's like a cloth. I've had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying person once.
Oh, right.
Actually, come to think of it, I've come across a case like that as well. Two, actually.
Maybe it happens more often than we think.
Am I up to the task of solving the mystery behind this photograph? Well, the Yatagarasu took off from the Babalese embassy, so I should start there. Francisca, I need to return to the Babal investigation for a bit.
Alright.
Well, bye, everybody.
So the Yatagarasu was just a shadow.
The calling cards that was sent is what threw everyone off and made them assume things.
It's possible that all of the events tonight were part of the overall plan.
I'm gonna continue investigating on the Alabastian side. You two, as I always say, don't do anything stupid, alright?
I wonder if he's alright.
Oh, I wonder if he's alright. It's unusual for him to be so nice.
I think it's simply that he's concerned for our well-being, Francisca. Or he could be dying. I wouldn't be surprised if he dies over the course of this case.
I'll continue investigating on this side of the building.
Alright, I'm counting on you.
Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Now come on, let's get back to our investigation.
Were you standing here the entire time?
Yes, let's. There's a flat panel of VCR and a row of Steel Samurai videos on this table.
Aren't they worried that if they leave the tapes out on the table like that, the Yatagarasu will make off with them?
Am I winning, streamer? I've made some progress.
I honestly doubt the Yatagarasu would want to steal Steel Samurai videotapes.
Ah, but that's where you're wrong. The fake Yatagarasu may not want to steal them. But you never know with the real Yatagarasu.
Please stop eyeing the tapes with that look of want in your eyes, Kay.
Nope. It's really easy to go through cells accidentally. Alright, back at the other crime scene. Where the fuck is Quercus Alba? March 14th, 10:37 p.m., Babalese Embassy, Secretariat's office.
To think, after all that running around, we're right back where we started.
It would appear that way. Hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Have you found Manny's killer yet? I'm terribly sorry, Master Polino, but I have yet to find his killer. Then I guess his murder really was the work of the Yatagarasu.
Let's get one thing straight. It was the work of the fake Yatagarasu.
You are so annoying.
The real Yatagarasu is a noble vigilante who's only out to steal the truth.
Ms. Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. If there's anything I can do for you, all you have to do is ask, all right?
Mr. Polino.
Actually, there is one thing you can do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier. Oh, sure. Please, feel free to investigate to your heart's content. Also, there are a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador. If it'll bring a smile back to Miss Faraday's face, then I'll gladly answer anything.
Thank you, Mr. Polino. You're a total gentleman.
You don't have to waste such nice words on me, little lady.
Hey, Sir Polino.
Those two sure got chummy awfully quick.
You know, it's easy to say we're gonna investigate, but where should we begin?
We should probably start by comparing the state of this room before and after the fire. And then we should look into the matter of the suspicious person you spotted.
Oh, Quoid. It's long. I started it yesterday. Definitely not finishing it today. Hopefully I will finish it tomorrow. But Quercus Alba, I remember, is a prominent character in this case, and I haven't spoken to him at all yet.
When I came into this room, that person was already gone. But I'm willing to bet that that person I was chasing is Mr. Cochin's killer.
We don't know that yet. However, it's hard to believe that person is unrelated.
Oh, right, Remy, thank you. I meant Friday.
Furthermore, because the key the Yatagarasu stole 7 years ago was found here, it signals that perhaps Ms. Yu is also somehow involved.
I knew it. That woman is almost definitely Mr. Cochin's killer.
Don't worry, guys. I wouldn't have tried to stream yesterday. Or tomorrow. Fuck.
Yet again, we don't know that. There are too many mysteries to be solved here.
What are you talking about, Bremy? No, the Game Awards are in January. They already happened. Or were they in December? The Game Awards already happened. I don't have to do that again. What are you talking about? Summer Games Show. I don't, why, what, ugh. Do people even watch that? Do people even stream that? Don't make me react to the Summer Games Show. I don't like Jeff. I like the Muppet Woman. Is the Muppet Woman gonna be there? Oh, thank you, Stream Elements. Thank you, Stream Elements. Beautiful viewer, kind viewer, generous viewer, lovely viewer. If you're grateful for my streaming so late and straining my voice so hard doing all these stupid cartoon voices for you, you might consider donating to support my channel. I do have to pay my back taxes, and it's somewhat tortuous. Torturous. Forgot the R. Speaking of the Yatagarasu and mysteries. Oh, I'm not clicked into the game now. I received a most mysterious photo from Detective Bath.
Uncle Bad? He's taking part in the investigation too?
Yes, he's been chasing after the Yatagarasu for all these years.
Uncle Bad.
Now then, I was told that this photo was taken just after the fire.
Wyatt, this kind of looks like the person in that long coat I was chasing. Does this mean that I was chasing the fake Yatagarasu after all?
I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either.
Probably Exceptional Potato, but I can't pay it yet, so...
This could be how that person escaped.
Well, we'll need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. In any case, let's not dawdle anymore and pick up our investigation where we left off.
Begin investigation.
You can see the Alabastian Embassy through this window.
So where were you when you were investigating over there, Mr. Edgeworth?
Oh, you can see it from here. I was there on the 5th floor. That's where Damask II was killed.
What? You don't mean the Damask II? Aw, poor guy. As a fellow second-generation thief, I can't just turn a blind eye to this.
Even though Damask II was merely an imposter of the original?
They really are hitting the genuine contra fake subject a lot in this case.
It appears that this area was heavily damaged by the fire.
Yeah, I guess we should hurry up and get started examining everything.
I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Here's a chair. That looks like a very comfortable chair. Suspicious!
Well, it doesn't look all that broken, so why don't you try sitting in it?
No, I'd better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times.
What? But you're always touching all sorts of things at crime scenes.
That's Damask the First, Arbeat.
That's because I'm a prosecutor, and it's part of my job to examine things.
And my job is to be a great thief.
Which is exactly why you are not allowed to touch anything.
It would appear that this desk also fell victim to the fire.
But it doesn't look too damaged. Oh, I think we can rifle through this drawer.
Riffle through this drawer? Nice try, video game.
I think we can rifle through this drawer a bit.
I suppose we really should take a look. It seems that the contents of this drawer survived the fire rather well.
Now that's a sturdy desk. And I guess that's the value of solid wood construction.
Let's see if there's anything useful left.
Let's see if there's anything useful left in here, Mr. Edgeworth.
This is a rather unusual shape for a notepad. I suppose this must be another souvenir from somewhere.
Takes all the papers out of the drawer, riffle shuffles them, puts them back. I don't know what that means. Let me inspect the things beside. I know about the paper. Let me inspect the other stuff.
So I guess embassy phones are just like normal phones, huh?
Well, what did you imagine them to look like?
I thought that the balls would look like a flower and the receiver would be a butterfly. That way it'd look like the butterfly receiver was sucking nectar from the flower base.
If any country had a flower phone, it would be Alabast, don't you think?
Oh, then maybe the phone I envisioned would have been from when they were Codopia.
There's really no point in asking me about something that never existed in the first place.
You know what you lack, Mr. Edgeworth? Curiosity and an imagination.
There's a bottle of Bobbly's ink on Mr. Cochin's desk.
And it looks like there's still a lot of ink left inside.
The seal is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get into the bottle to burn up the ink.
Hey, Mr. Polano, it looks like your precious Bobbly's ink is all right after all.
What? That's odd. Ambassador, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just that there is something strange about the ink. Would you mind elaborating on that statement for me, please? Hang on, I got more shit to do here. It looks like a bunch of flyers with coupons attached to them.
The ball sure gave away a lot of different coupons. Maybe I should create one of my own. I could call it the Great Thief Coupon.
And what kind of discount would that net you?
The 5-finger kind, what else? And I'd steal an extra thing or two for the bearer.
Things such as?
Such as the truth! What else would I steal?
What I wouldn't give to have a mountain of your coupons right about now.
That's right, Arby. I will forgive you for trying to direct me, but yeah.
The shape of this notepad matches the shape of this note we found.
Hey, you're right. What is it? Looks like something straight out of Monument Valley.
I wonder what she said in Japanese.
Yes, that notepad is a souvenir from somewhere in your country. We've been collecting them for the purposes of studying them, you see. Yes, I do. You do seem to be quite passionate about it. Oh, would you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you. Are you sure they haven't been burned to a crisp by the fires? Ambassador Poleno, I wonder if you might recognize the handwriting on this note. This looks like Manny's handwriting. I see. In that case,
Ooh, did you figure something out?
this note was found in Alabas. Specifically, was found being firmly grasped by the murdered Damask II.
Damask II, and this note.
Yes, it was a request from Mr. Cochin for Damask II to steal the Primadux statue. What? Manny? Tried to steal Alabast's Primadux statue? We would know for sure if we could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents that were handwritten by Mr. Cochin? Yes, I can gather a few and give them to you. I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe later to run the analysis. I can't believe that Manny would even think of doing something like this. Do you have any idea as to why he would have requested the theft of the statue? There is one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation. Anything you can tell me would be of great help, Ambassador.
Okay, great. Oh, there's more to examine here. Is there?
Ah, the books. There's only one book left standing here. Treasures of the World.
Wait, what? Let me see that. Uh-huh, I see. Ah, the most important part was blackened by the fire. Why, cruel fate, why?
Looks like the map of where the treasures are located has been burnt.
Wow, really? There's still shit here? What?
Ah, Manny Cochin. His name is written here on this nameplate.
Why would you put a nameplate with your name on it in your own office?
I suppose it's to inform people in case they walked into the wrong room by mistake.
You think that maybe it's also there to remind you of your own name if you forget?
Well, either way, it's never a bad thing to set a nameplate on one's desk. That's one of my rules. A fireplace, huh? So Babal's offices have them too.
Two?
There's a fireplace in relatively the same location in the Alabastian office. However, we found something there that I'd rather not recall ever again. I still can't believe that we found that lady's undershirt in the fireplace.
Huh? If it was that traumatizing, why don't you try creating new memories with this fireplace? You could climb inside and we can play hide and seek.
And come out covered in soot? I think not.
Ah, you really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth.
You should look through the soot, though, just in case.
The safe wasn't open at the time of the fire.
You could tell because the inside wasn't burnt, right?
Yes, and thanks to the safe's fire resistance, the smuggling evidence was preserved.
Aren't safes great? They always hold the wonderful promise of treasure within.
Well, this one certainly did have a few inside. It appears that Mr. Cochin's body has been taken in for an autopsy. The white outline is all that is left to tell the tale of his murder. Ambassador Poleno, what exactly used to be here? That used to be a stack of brand new pamphlets. But it looks like they were all burned up. I guess we'll just have to reprint them. But no matter how fast we reprint them, they always disappear so quickly. Is the Bobolese tourism industry really that hot right now? Of course! Although, recently, the most popular vacation destination has been the Republic of Borginia. But we refuse to lose to them, so we've been hard at work promoting Babal. Interesting. Well, I've just recently returned from a trip to Borginia myself. Oh, and how did you like it? It was all right. I probably shouldn't bring up the fact that I was a suspect on the flight home. So this is the real Primadux statue.
This is really valuable, right?
That's what they say.
Hold it!
Okay, you're not seriously considering the theft of this statue, are you?
No way, Mr. Edgeworth. I wasn't thinking about anything like that. I was just calculating in my head how much the statue is worth.
It sounds mighty suspicious to me.
Ambassador Polano, would you happen to know what these charred remains are of?
I don't know, actually. But I don't think there was anything there that should have been flammable. And so it remains a mystery as to what was burned here.
It's a shame you didn't give me a thought for that.
A grandfather clock. This one resembles the one in Alabast. Oh, that clock has been with us since back when we were still Codopia.
Yeah, 'cause it was only 7 years ago.
That is one big clock. Hey, does this one have a bird that pops out like a cuckoo clock?
Cuckoo clock, Tessa.
I'm sorry, but no. Oh, but I'm sure you'll love its chime.
Really? It's gonna be 11 soon, so maybe I'll get to hear it then.
Is it that time already? Time sure flies by when I'm involved in an investigation.
Oh, it's not that late. The night's only just begun.
Hey, it's not good for you to stay up late, you know?
Yes, Gramps. It looks like all the souvenirs suffered some damage from the fire. I just don't believe it. Murder on top of arson? What a disgrace to the name of the Yatagarasu.
The fake Yatagarasu is guilty of much more than just theft, it seems.
I know, because if it were me, my first priority would have been to loot this bookshelf.
You would steal ordinary souvenirs that you can buy virtually anywhere?
You can't buy them anywhere. Each one is specific to a location and has its own value. And items that have memories attached to them are the most valuable of all.
It's like that fucking John Mulaney bit.
Could you really rob someone of their valuable memories just like that?
No, because even if I take the souvenir, I can't take the owner's memories.
We still don't know where the blade of the Babalese knife went.
It's the one thing you can't replace.
Could it be that the killer walked away with it?
The problem with this stretchy top is that when you have an itch under it, it's extremely difficult to scratch it. Oh my god. Oh, I already interacted with that, my mistake.
Now then, Ambassador, I'd like to ask about your movements before the fire broke out. Before the fire? Which fire are you talking about? Which one? There was more than one tonight? Huh? Oh, I see. Guess you didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires here. 2 wars! Here at the Babalese Embassy tonight. What a bother all that was!
Wait, but the only fire we know about is the one after the Gem and Ninjas show.
Ah, well, the first occurred at the start of the Gem and Ninjas show. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floors of our embassy caught on fire.
Oh, how lucky. That's insane in Edgelord. When I was in middle school, I was really severely depressed. And as my analog for self-harm, when I felt an itch, I wouldn't scratch it and took like a grim pleasure in not allowing myself that relief. But since leaving middle school and improving my mental health, I have not been able to refrain from scratching itches.
Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floors of our embassy caught on fire. Not wanting to cause a panic among the theatergoers, we decided to keep it internal. And the fire after the Gem and Ninjas show was the second one of the night. Exactly! So the fire I witnessed was the second one. And to think of it, didn't Detective Bad make reference to the first fire? When was this photo taken?
Apparently right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floor were put out.
I see an Edgelord.
I suppose this means that the photo was taken just after the first fire was put out.
Photo of Yatagarasu data updated in my organizer.
So then, what was the extent of the damage in the second fire?
The second fire was contained to this floor, the third floor. I think it was leftover embers from the fire on the floors above that caused it. And that's, how should I put this? A very bad stroke of luck. I mean, it sounds like it would be annoying in Edgelord. My office on the 5th floor, Manny's office here, and Manny himself, all gone in the blink of an eye. Fires in Babal. 2 fires broke out in Babal today.
I feel so sorry for you, Mr. Polano.
Oops, look at me going on and on. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask again?
We were discussing what your actions and whereabouts for today were. And if you happen to know what Mr. Cochin's actions and whereabouts were as well.
Yes, very well. Let's see, I've been quite busy all day from morning until now. First I woke up and then I brushed my teeth. After that I had a roll for breakfast.
Fascinating. How about if you just skip to the relevant parts for me?
Oh, you'd like a condensed version? All right, I can do that for you.
Oh my god, I have so much to talk to him about. So what did Mr. Cochin and you do this morning?
Well, originally, we were supposed to meet and shake hands with Jammin' Ninja. But Manny and I wanted to turn it into a photo op, so we were here tidying up his office.
You helped clean Mr. Cochin's office? Why were you not cleaning your own?
Oh, I think I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations.
Ah!
Which is why both the Primadux statue and the Bobbly's knife set are down here.
I see.
Oh, but the tidying didn't take much, really. We just burned some files we no longer needed and expired coupons in the fireplace.
I bet cleaning up in the fireplace must have been a real pain, though, huh?
About that, I kind of forgot to clean the ashes out. I guess I'm up a creek without Mandy here to get angry at me.
Hold it!
An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of a secretary's anger?
No, he was very good at being very mad. Why, even just this morning he got mad at me. I spilled some Bobbly's ink onto the back wall when I was burning the files, you see. And he got mad at me, saying that I should treat the ink with more respect.
Talk about the boss getting bossed around. Ambassador Polano's testimony. Spilled Bobbly's ink onto back wall while burning files in fireplace. Left ashes there.
That's about it for what we did this morning. Just some cleaning.
Don't tell me you had no other work to do, being an ambassador and all. I mean, what do ambassadors do, other than meet and greets? Now then, if you could tell me what you and Mr. Cochin did this afternoon.
Well, Manny and I went down together to the Theatrum Neutralis. We had to be there for the start of the Steel Samurai stage show. After the show started, I went back to my office on the 5th floor alone.
So they were together until the start of the Steel Samurai show.
A little while later, after I had straightened myself up a bit, I returned to the theater, because I was to take part in the photo op on stage at the end of the show.
There was a commemorative photo op at the end.
It was a fantastic photo of the three of us, Ambassador Alba, the Steel Samurai, and myself. After the photo shoot, I went back to my office on the 5th floor to prepare for my handshake photo op with the Jammin' Ninja.
He seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador. You were just talking shit on him for not having anything to do.
When I got to my office, that's when the first fire broke out and I escaped down the stairs. My office was completely destroyed, but thankfully no one was hurt. I admit I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs could carry me, but during the second one, I pitched in and helped the embassy's staff put it out.
So you didn't see Mr. Cochin again after the start of the Steel Samurai show?
Yes, that's right. The next time I saw him, he was lying there in an eternal sleep.
I see. Ambassador Polano, I thank you very much for your help.
I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance, Mr. Edgeworth. If there's anything else, please don't hesitate to ask, all right?
There's 2 things else. I wonder if you might tell me what you noticed about Mr. Cochin's bottle of ink.
I just thought of it right now, but during the second fire, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. I called out to him, and when I received no reply, I used my spare key to open the door. But when I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames. The flames were so big that I wasn't able to see into the room at all.
The fire was green? What was the cause?
Well, red crystal oil burns green when it's lit, as you can see by this lantern.
And Bobbly's ink is made from the same oil, which means it also would burn green.
You know, I too had thought it was Manny's ink that had caught on fire. So that's why I was surprised to find out there was still a bottle of ink left on his desk.
The case of the perplexing green flames. Talk about a mystery.
What exactly was it that caught on fire in here? Maybe documents written in the ink, rather. Job for Damask II. I believe that you said you might have an idea as to why Mr. Cochin hired Damask II.
Actually, I fear it may be my fault. As I was telling you earlier, we were to determine which statue was the real one as a part of today's event.
But because of the Yatagarasu and the fire here, that got canceled, didn't it?
I'm actually relieved the rest of the event has been canceled. For you see, Babal's statue, well, it's just a replica.
And did Mr. Cochin know that about Babal's Primadux statue?
Of course he knew. That's why he was the only person I could consult with. We'd have to do something once our statue was revealed as a replica.
As to be expected, I was very nervous today, as this would impact our country's authority.
Yes, I understand. Well, when I told Manny my concerns, he said, "Let me handle it. It'll be all right. I'll find a way to make sure you're the ambassador of the reunited Cotopia." At the time, I thought he was just trying to cheer me up. But when I saw that note, I realized he was serious.
Mr. Cochin conducted a lot of business behind your back. I assume he did all that to ensure that you were the next Codopian ambassador.
But why was he trying so hard, I wonder? He was so much better at getting things done than I ever was or will be.
I don't have an answer as to why he was trying so hard, but I suspect he had an ulterior motive in mind beyond just simple kindness.
Oh, here you are, Mr. Edgeworth.
Detective Gumshoe, have you collected the information that I requested?
Yep, got it all right here, sir. Here you go, Kay. Feel free to take a look. It's for you, after all.
What is all this, Gummy?
It's all the information on this room that I got from the embassy and Interpol people. Now we know exactly how this room was before and after the fire.
Oh no, I know what they're gonna do. Good work, Detective.
Well, it was nothing, sir. I'm an expert at getting people to talk.
Wow, you two remind me so much of my father and Uncle Bad.
What do you mean?
As prosecutor and detective, your dynamic is just like theirs back in the day. Well, don't you worry. I'm gonna find my own wonderful partner someday. And when I do, I'm gonna become a good Yatagarasu, just like my father. Right?
Please don't ask me questions to which I have no answers, Kay. They did that again with the redundant 2 at the end of the particle.
However, I can say that it is truly a wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust.
Haha, you bet. So what now, Mr. Edgeworth?
Well, I'd like to ask you for a favor.
Yes?
That gadget, Mr. Thief, is it? Thief-san instead of Thief-chan. That thing you call your secret weapon.
Oh, you mean Little Thief. You're coming to rely on it, aren't you?
Well, I've used it in one case before now, and this is probably going to be the last case I ever use it on, so...
Hold it! I don't need a crutch like that. I'm only asking because I need it for the investigation.
From the information Detective Gumshoe gathered and the ambassador's testimony, I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the 3rd floor fire.
You got it. All right, here we go. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains aloft.
I don't know what she said.
Witness the power of a true modern-day Robin Hood.
It seems there are other things besides what the ambassador mentioned that have changed. It's possible we might find the escape route the person Case used as well.
Oh, what is this? Is it some sort of light show I was not told about?
This is the power of a true vigilante.
I like Mojave.
It's recreating the room with the info I inputted.
Really? That is certainly one interesting device you have there, Ms. Faraday.
I believe it's about time we return to our investigation. Thank you for highlighting stuff for me, video game. You can see the Alabastian Embassy through this window.
So where were you when you were
Oh, what the fuck? We already did this dialogue. Oh, can you not investigate the curtain? Wait.
That looks like a very comfortable chair. We already did all this fucking dialogue.
They really padded this shit out.
Fireplace, huh? So Babal's offices have them too.
Come on, video game. Why did you put highlighted objects in all these places if it's not new dialogue? Is the desk new?
It's a very fine desk. I'm sure that even now it's still usable.
If it's that great, why don't you trade your desk with it?
No.
It was just a suggestion. You didn't have to get all monosyllabic on me, you know. So, Babal's really into pushing their tourism industry, huh?
Yes, it would appear that way.
You know, I'd really love to take a trip. Hey, why don't we take one after this case?
You already have a destination in mind?
Well, ideally, I'd like to go someplace where I can continue my thief training.
Well, if you want to learn the fine art of stealth, perhaps you should visit the studio where they make the Gem and Ninja TV show.
Hey, that's actually a really great idea, Mr. Edgeworth.
Can't believe she took me seriously. It's the charred remains of a fallen ceiling fan.
Oh, I've seen a few of these before. They spin around and around and play music.
I believe you're thinking of a musical mobile for babies.
Yeah, that's it.
But they're nothing alike.
They're totally do they not have fucking ceiling fans in Japan? They're totally alike. They spin those babies right round like a record.
I see. I guess I can see how you might think that. Boo. Detective, you took part in the initial Babal investigation, correct?
Yep, sure did. I also helped put out both fires, sir. But that first fire took me by surprise. I had a tough time escaping the 5th floor. First, I tried the elevator, but I guess someone else had the same idea because it was in use. If I hadn't remembered to use the stairs at that point, I'd have been burnt to a crisp.
Wait, that's odd. We always warn our staff that in the case of a fire, it's dangerous to use the elevator.
Oh?
Maybe someone wrote it in a fit of panic?
Detective, did you see the Yatagarasu that came into the Babalese embassy at all?
I didn't personally. And the other staff members told me they never got a good look at the person either, sir.
I wonder if you would tell me a bit about what you discovered, Detective.
The second fire broke out around the time the Yatagarasu was spotted in Alabast. That's also when a suspicious person was spotted in Babal, which caused some panic. Hold it!
So no one was able to get a good look at this Yatagarasu that entered Babal.
Yeah, all they saw was a mysterious person wearing a long coat. But that's not enough to make a positive ID, you know?
Still, it was enough to make the people who received the calling card panic even more.
A person in a long coat. Sounds like the exact same person I saw.
The Yatagarasu that appeared in Alabast was proven to be just a fabrication, a shadow. In light of that fact, the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal is also suspect.
You can't be serious. Not when we're this close to capturing the fake. I mean, Callisto you.
So the Yatagarasu appeared, caused mass confusion, killed Mr. Kochin, then disappeared. I see, RB. By the way, Detective, why did you not chase after the Yatagarasu?
I did, but, well, this embassy's huge, sir. I got separated from the other staff members I was with and was lost for a while there.
You didn't even memorize the layout of the building you were to guard, Detective?
Hey, I'll be sure to do that from now on, sir. But you know, it was thanks to me being lost that I was able to come to Kay's rescue.
Oh, is that a fact?
Yeah, it was when I was lost and wandering around in the 3rd floor hallways, sir. When I heard a scream, I headed towards it right away.
Oh, that's probably from when I found Mr. Kochin's body.
Yeah, I thought it sounded like her, so I got real worried and ran as fast as I could.
And it was thanks to Gummy that Ms. Shi-Na wasn't able to take me away. He covered for me until you got there, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, I see. So he can be useful once in a blue moon.
Still, it's too bad that Agent Shi-Na got here before I did.
I wonder where Agent Shi-Na was before you found her here.
Well, just before I got to this room, I saw her coming out of the room next door.
She was in the room next to Mr. Kochin's office up until she tried to arrest Kay. Agent Shi-Na mentioned something about chasing the Yatagarasu herself earlier.
Well, she apparently helped in putting out the first fire. Then, during the second fire, I heard she was busy chasing the Yatagarasu.
She seems to be a very dedicated agent. You would do well to learn from her.
Why are you pointing at me when you say that, sir?
Bum 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 bum. Oh shit. I don't think it'll let me connect these yet, but... No, they won't let me connect them yet. But Kay could have seen her run into here, and then she could have gone through the fireplace.
So, by this time, the Primadox statues had already been swapped, right?
They must have been, as this one is covered in soot.
What lousy timing. And just as the two countries were about to become friends again, too.
It would have been...
It would have been better if I had stolen it than for it to get caught up in that fire.
Hey, I think I understand your sentiment.
However, if you were to engage in theft, I can't look the other way, right?
If you could please stop stealing my lines.
Viewer, it's true, viewer. If you would like to get a last donation in here towards the tail end of streams to help me with my IRS back taxes, I'd be very grateful. Thank you.
Wait, what the... Charge remains of a fallen ceiling fan, but we did this already, didn't we?
Oh, interesting. The charred ceiling fan never gets taken off of your inspection list, no matter how many times you look at it.
It looks like one of the Bobbley's knives was already missing before the fire began.
So it would seem, especially since the other two knives' handles were burned away.
The remaining handle was swapped out with the handle from the real murder weapon. And Babal's national treasure was stolen. Poor Babal, don't you think?
I'm not sure I would lump the replica statue in with the rest of Babal's woes.
It looks like all the souvenirs suffered some damage from the fire. I don't believe it. Murder on top of arson? What a disgrace to the name of the Yatagarasu.
The fake Yatagarasu is guilty of much more than just theft, it seems.
Kyogi, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, Kyogi. I'm really, really grateful for that.
I know, because if it were me, my first priority would have been to loot this bookshelf.
You would steal ordinary Oh, we already did this dialogue, excuse me. This grandfather clock. It was apparently in a different position before the fire.
According to staff members, the clock was flush against the wall before the fire, sir.
Which means that most likely it was moved by someone during the fire.
Speaking of which, it's totally 11 o'clock now, but I don't hear any chiming.
Huh? That's odd. It was still chiming right on the dot of every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damaged its internal mechanisms or something? Ambassador Polano, may we take a look inside that clock? Sure, go right on ahead. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please inspect the insides of the clock.
Yes, sir, I'm on it. Mr. Edgeworth, I found this inside, sir.
Thank you, Kyogi.
It looks like a length of wire, so this is what caused the clock to stop chiming. But what was a long length of wire doing inside this clock in the first place?
Wire data jotted down in my organizer.
Oh, why would someone do this to such a valuable clock?
Sounds like it wasn't Mr. Polano that put the wire in there.
And perhaps it was Mr. Cochin's killer who did.
Oh, Arbeat, you're right. It could be the clock pendulum. Good thinking. I think the fire is the last thing I have to look at.
These must have been the large green flames Ambassador Polano saw.
With flames like these, it's no wonder you couldn't get in.
Okay, by the time you came into this room, had the fire already been put out?
Yeah, the fire had died out or something by that time.
And this fire in here only burned from the time the fire started on the 3rd floor, until the Yatagarasu appeared and caused a stir in Babal, I suppose.
I guess Mr. Polano was just lucky enough to run into this fire as it was burning, huh?
Yes, you could put it that way. And since you were the first to discover the body, you can assume that no one else entered the room until that time. No one other than the person you were chasing, of course.
I knew it. That person I saw was definitely up to no good. I mean, that person could even be Mr. Cochin's killer.
That is very likely to be the case. After all, that person came into this room before you. Must have chosen this room precisely because they knew no one else would be in here.
Okay, then maybe the green fire was where it was to prevent anyone from coming in. But then, what did the person set on fire to make the green flames?
Well, whatever it is that person burned, it made a rather sizable fire.
And since the fire's green, well, we've seen something that burns green, right? It's a bit tinier than these flames, but you get what I mean.
Yes, and I do believe that what you're thinking is exactly why these flames are green. Which fire-related piece of evidence burns the same color as these green flames?
That was spoon-fed to me.
The silhouette lantern. Its green flame comes from the wit crystal oil it's burning.
Yeah, that's the fire I was thinking of too. I love the green it gives off.
Kill Cochin and escape all before Kay crossed the garden to here. I mean, the fireplace is connected to the fireplace in the adjoining room. So they could have ducked out, like, as soon as Kay ran in. I think we've now established that the green flames were caused by wit crystal oil. Furthermore, we know that there's only one other thing made from wit crystal oil.
Oh, you mean that thing Mr. Polano was mistaken about, right?
Yes, precisely. As we found out earlier in our investigation.
What? I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir?
Fine, I suppose. I'll explain it in a way that even you can understand. This is the thing made from wit crystal oil that Ambassador Polano was mistaken about. Take that! It is our beat. Well, it's a Phoenix Wright case. Bobbly's ink is made from wit crystal oil.
Oh, so it should burn the same color as the flames of the lantern, right?
Yes, precisely. However, the green flames in this room were not from a bottle of Bobbly's ink.
Because we found the ink Mr. Cochin used on his desk, right?
Yes, however, we know that Mr. Cochin was smuggling the ink in massive quantities. Now, what do you suppose he made using all that ink? I believe what he made with that ink is the answer to what gave birth to the green flames.
Oh yeah, I'm beginning to really feel the energy coming from you, Mr. Edgeworth.
It would appear that I finally found it. The smuggling ring's real goal. Made of Bobbly's ink. This is the source of the green flames. Kind of elite, but okay. What would consume that great of a volume of ink to make? That would be the counterfeit bills that the smuggling ring made and are circulating in Zhengfa.
You're kidding! You're saying that it was Mr. Cochin who made the counterfeit bills?
I am. I believe you could even go as far as to say that he stole Babal's printing press. Ambassador, Mr. Cochin had permission to freely use the printing press, correct? Why, yes! And I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think he was using it for such a foul deed! Ambassador, because of your secretary's crimes, you will need to be investigated as well. Oh, yes, I suppose so. We've caused a bit of trouble for a few countries, haven't we? It's my duty to search out all who shielded Mr. Cochin and concealed his crime. But they are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. Counterfeit bills updated in my organizer. We've examined everything in this office, but there's one thing that bothers me. Perhaps I should ask Ambassador Polano about it. Ambassador Polano, there's something I'd like to ask you about. Yes? About this office. It appears to me to be very similar to Ambassador Alba's office. For example, the location of the fireplace, the position of the grandfather clock. Ah, that's right. You've also paid a visit to the Alabastrian side of the embassy. Our two embassies actually used to be one. Yes, I know. Even the pamphlet mentioned that. Which is why the building is bilaterally symmetrical. Because this used to be one embassy, offices on the two sides are symmetrical. Well, not symmetrical, chiral. So no matter which room, the location of the fireplace and the like are exactly the same. Sorry, I wasn't trying to examine that. My controller keeps disconnecting and I have to use the spacebar sometimes. No, Arbeat. Even where the art is located is the same, as my room is currently under renovation. We worked hard to make Manny's room look like the ambassador's office.
You mean for your handshake photo op with the Jammin' Ninja?
Yes, that's right. I mean, what's a photo like that worth if it's not taken to the ambassador's office, right? Yet another odd expression of Babal's obsessively competitive spirit with Alabast, I take it. Thank you, Ambassador. That piece of information is all I needed to connect the dots. Connect what dots? Well, anyway, I'm glad I was able to be of some help. Connected fireplace. Bilateral symmetry. Shwing! The Alabastian and Bobbly's sides of the building are symmetrical to each other. As we know that to be a fact, then this room's fireplace may also hold a secret passageway.
A secret passageway?
In Alabast, the fireplace turned out to have a revolving back wall.
A revolving wall? Sounds like something out of a ninja house.
Wow, there was a trick like that built into the fireplace, sir?
What? This embassy holds that kind of secret? There seems to be a lot about this room that you don't know, Ambassador. Again, redundant about, what the hell? I guess it's time to pay the bill for letting Manny do so much work for me. Please, I really want to know about the real Manny and what you know about this room.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Let's get to the bottom of this.
Agreed. And my first thought is that it's likely the killer used the revolving fireplace.
It looks like just another fireplace, though, doesn't it? So how do you turn it again?
In Alabast, I had to push where the X was on the far wall of the fireplace.
Oh, I see an X back there, sir. Let's see what happens when I push it.
Hold it!
Ah, you scared me, sir.
There's something about this fireplace that lies in contradiction to the facts.
Huh? But we found an X where you thought there'd be one, right?
We did, but that's not what I was referring to. Something's missing from this scene. What does this contradiction mean for us? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
I don't fucking know. Can I piece together any evidence yet? Please let me connect these. Nope. Alright, fuck, what do I have? The body wasn't badly burnt in the fire. Oh, for fuck's sake. Photo of Yatagarasu, wire. Oh, yeah, there's supposed to be ashes in it.
Eureka! Ambassador Poleno, you said that you burned some old files in this fireplace today, correct? Yes, I burned quite a few files this morning, actually. And after you did, you forgot to clean out the ashes from the fireplace, correct? That's right, but why are you asking? And why are you making such a scary face? I'm sorry, I admit I am a bit intimidating when I'm serious. In any case, take a good look at this fireplace and tell me what you find odd about it. Let's see. Huh? Where did all the ashes go?
Missing ashes. The ashes that should still be in the fireplace are missing. Where did they go?
What's the meaning of this, Mr. Edgeworth?
You don't really think that Ambassador Poleno is lying, do you?
No, there's no reason for him to lie. And I don't believe his testimony is wrong, either. It is the fireplace that is causing the contradiction. Okay, I wonder if you might update the fireplace data for me.
You got it. I'll add in the ashes from the burnt files and...
Right, the revolving door swept the ashes away?
Sounds like we've pretty much figured everything out now, huh?
Well, it was nothing. All I did was follow where our leads led.
Oh, I sense it coming on. You're about to dazzle us again, right?
Oh, you mean that? Well, it's what Mr. Edgeworth is known for, you know.
There's really no need for you two to dance around the name of what I'm about to do. I'm gonna deduct, or deduce.
Fireplace used, missing ashes combine. Very good.
The reason as to why the ashes are missing is simple.
It's not because someone cleaned them up, right?
No, because even if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace is too clean for that. Ambassador Poleno said that he spilled some Bobbly's ink while he was burning the files. And yet there's not a trace of the spilled ink on the back wall anywhere.
Well then, I don't know what happened.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. The two sides were switched. By using the revolving fireplace wall, the ashes were moved into the neighboring room. Which means that this is a clear indication that the fireplace was used.
Revolving fireplace wall data jotted down in my organizer. That was a lot of work to get that evidence.
Then you mean the person I was chasing disappeared from this room through there?
Yes, I believe the person you were in pursuit of is Mr. Cochin's killer. And after committing the murder, escaped through the fireplace.
The person K was chasing used the fireplace to escape into the room next door.
Wow, Mr. Edgeworth, you figured out the killer's escape route.
I have, but this is only the beginning. Now we have to chase the killer down.
Sheena's location, escape through revolving fireplace. Now will you let me combine them? Thank you.
If the killer used the fireplace in this room to escape into the next, then it's only logical for us to talk with the person who was in the neighboring room.
Well, the person that was in the next room was... Oh, it was that person, sir. That's a lot more idiomatic in Japanese.
Yes, Detective. Agent Sheena.
In English, you just say, it was her.
It's looking more and more like Ms. Sheena's the killer, isn't it?
Let's not jump to conclusions yet. We need to go through what we know so far. She came running straight into this room from the next one and instantly accused you. Furthermore, she claimed that it could only have been you that killed Mr. Cochin. I don't have any proof yet. However, I know she's hiding something from us.
Well, yeah, she didn't tell you she was in the room.
Boy.
Okay then, why don't we go ask Ms. Sheena herself?
Hold it! No, not yet. There's something that needs to be done first. Detective Gumshoe.
Sir, is it my turn to do something, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, I have a two-part special assignment for you.
First, I need you to run a handwriting analysis on Damask the Second's note.
Okay, I'll get the lab boys on that right away.
Second, I want you to see if you can fit through the revolving fireplace wall.
Right now, sir?
No, next decade. Of course, now. We need to test our hypothesis first, don't we?
Go on, Gummy, you can do it.
All right, I'm gonna do this like a real man. Here I go, through the fireplace and back.
You shouldn't need to psych yourself up that much for such a simple task, Detective.
Help me, Edgeworth, I'm stuck. Wow, the wall inside the fireplace really did turn.
That's so neat. I want to try going through there too.
There really is a secret passageway through there. I had no idea. It would appear that the ash really was pushed to the other room. Furthermore, the Bobbly's ink you spilled, Ambassador, is there on the back wall.
Okay, here I go, sir.
Detective, I'd like you to go through there under the same conditions as the killer.
Huh? But there's all that ash and stuff.
And your point is? Now we're short on time, so if you could please hurry on through.
Ugh, yes, sir.
Okay, so now we pretty much have the whole picture, right?
No, not yet. There remain a few more mysteries to be solved, such as the Yatagarasu's whereabouts, the other smuggling ring members, 2 weapons that made it across the border, the key Ms. Yu stole 7 years ago. In fact, we haven't figured out a thing regarding how Ms. Yu is related to these embassies.
Mr. Edgeworth.
A number of pieces connect in a very complicated way in this case. That's every case. It's almost enough to make one completely mentally exhausted.
What are you saying, Mr. Edgeworth? Thought you were the one who said that it's easy if you follow the leads.
Was that supposed to be an impression of me, Kay?
If it's info gathering you need, Gummy and I can help with that. Then all you'd have to do is show off your fancy schmancy logical deductions.
Show off? Does it seem like I'm being boastful when I do that?
Let's not overcomplicate matters, okay, Mr. Edgeworth? We've been so focused like a laser on only what seems strange and out of place. It's no wonder nothing's clicked and we haven't unlocked anything yet. But if we think things through calmly, the answer should come to us.
Okay.
That's the sort of thing I say to myself when I'm practicing how to unlock padlocks, you know.
That's something that I hope practice doesn't make perfect in your sake. For your sake.
Looks like you're back to your straight-laced self again.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back, sir.
Yes, I can see that. Good work, Detective.
Looks like you could use that fireplace like a door, sir.
Are you all right, Gummy?
I'm okay. It's just a bit of ash and dust, that's all.
Your jacket has gotten quite filthy. I see the hem has practically turned black.
Yeah, well, quite a bit of the unburned ink got onto it, sir.
I see. Thank you, Detective. You did a fine job. I'll even pay the cleaning bill for the trench coat.
What? Oh, no, sir, I could never. This is just my old coat, sir. If it was a coat I actually cared about, then I'd get it cleaned, but you know.
I see. Very well then, as you wish.
So because Gummy was able to climb through the fireplace, we know it can be used, right?
Yes, but that's not all we learned. We actually learned one other important fact.
And that is?
I will have to explain it to you later. Right now, we need to deal with a handwriting analysis. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it.
The handwriting analysis on Mr. Cochin's handwriting will take a bit of time. Let us go and wait in the Theatrum Neutralis, along with Agent Lang and Agent Shina.
Yes! Yes!
Present day, present time. Oh, it's Quirkus Alba! Okay, there we go. I have music going. Viewer! Oh wait, but you can't hear it on the screen. Viewer, darling. Present day. Present time! I hate it when that guy says that. Anyway, I think it's time I found somebody to raid out into tonight, viewer. Let's see who's live, shall we? Well, the Go Off Kings are always a good late night raid. Hang on. Viewer, thank you all so much for tuning in to watch me stream Phoenix Wright tonight. I had a really great time. I hope you guys had a good time watching. I would, as ever, especially like to thank those of you who were able to donate to the stream today, being Kyogi and Standard Hunter and Bram and ZJ Mac and Maddox Kent. You guys actually were really, 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 really good about donating when I begged you plaintively, so I appreciate your responses in that matter. I will be back on Friday, hopefully to finish this case, but I don't know for sure. Until then, please take care, enjoy the Reddit stream, and the rest of your evenings.